Kerala is rich in traditional crafts, and villages are their workplaces. Bare hands and simple tools shape the things using locally available raw material. These indigenous crafts have been enriched by Kerala's exposure to art and culture of countries beyond its shores. Of Kerala have been a prime destination for traders from lands across the oceans. Merchants from the Arabian Peninsula, in particular, who had prosperous business relations, have greatly influenced the cultural facets of Kerala. They not only bought Kerala's produce, but also commissioned local craftsmen to make things of their culture. The hookah is one such object of Oriental culture. Over 500 years ago, Yemeni merchants commissioned the metal craftsmen of Koilandi, a small town near Calicut, to make a hookah. The deft hands of the Koilandi craftsmen did not fail. They produced an exquisite hookah and established themselves as makers of the Koilandi hookah. The hookahs are now made wholly for export to markets in the Arabian region. The forefathers of Bafaki Tangal came from Yemen centuries ago. They settled in and around Koilandi. Over time, they have popularized the Koilandi hookah in West Asian countries.
ഇതിന്റെ അധികം ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലം അറബ് രാജ്യങ്ങൾ യമനിലാണ് ഇതിന്റെ അധികം ഉപയോഗമുള്ള സ്ഥലം. പക്ഷെ 1960-ൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ സൗദി അറേബ്യയിൽ മാർക്കറ്റ് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് അവിടെ മാർക്കറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി 60-ന് ശേഷമാണ് സൗദി അറേബ്യയിൽ പോവാൻ തുടങ്ങിയത്.
The Mamili family, who made bronze hookahs for the Arabs centuries ago, still continue the age-old tradition. Since those times, the structure of the hookah has not changed, except for some modifications in its appearance. The hookah of Koilandi has 5 parts. The base of the hookah is called Iripar. It holds the body known as Thunder. Thunder, the wooden stem, connects the body to a metal holder. This holds tobacco for burning. The pipe is the final fitting of the hookah. The making of a hookah is a long-drawn process. Preparation of wax molds is the first step. Gum and wax in 1:2 proportion are melted. wax paste is poured through a sieve into a water tray. Water helps the molten paste to condense. Once condensed, it is cut into pieces and beaten to obtain thin films for making molds. For this, the film is pasted on the wooden model of each part of a hookah. Here, the mold of the lower portion of the body is being made. As per the design, the wax films are laid securely on the model. Various pleasing patterns to adorn the body of the hookah are obtained by pressing wax fill on metal blocks having the required decorative patterns. These decorative cutouts are then pasted on the wooden model. The gaps, if any, are carefully filled with molten wax. When everything is perfect, the mold is carefully removed. The mold to prepare the lower portion of the body is now ready. The mold of the upper part of the body and also other parts are similarly prepared. The inner and outer surfaces of the wax molds are then coated with burnt clay paste. These are then immersed in a clay slurry and are kept for drying. Once dried, they're given another layer of mud coating before preparing them for casting. Hookahs are made of bronze, an alloy of copper and tin. To obtain the alloy, these metals are loaded in earthen crucibles in the desired proportions for melting. One of the furnaces is filled with the molds of the body parts of the hookah. In another adjoining furnace, crucibles containing copper-tin mixture are kept. The furnaces are then kept charged for about 2 hours. This is the most crucial stage of making a hookah. The mold should be neither overheated nor underheated. Indeed, hookah making is a hot business. When done, the molds are taken out of the furnace for casting. One by one, the alloy is carefully poured into the molds. The artisans take utmost care while handling the hot bronze alloy. These are then allowed to cool so as to make the molten bronze alloy acquire the design of the hookah's body parts. Now the mud covering has to be broken to take out the bronze body parts. The surfaces are now thoroughly cleaned of dry mud particles and the parts are buffed to obtain their metallic luster. A variety of floral cutouts in bronze are fixed onto the body to enhance its aesthetic appeal. Now a container has to be made to hold water for cooling the smoke as it is drawn through. The Koilandi hookah makers use coconut shells to make water containers. Two shells are joined to make the container. The hole on the top shell serves both as the inlet and the outlet for the smoke. The shell container is fixed inside the hookah's lower part. The upper and lower parts are now joined together. A 2 feet long wooden stem known as the thunder connects the body to a metal holder known as tutter, which holds the tobacco for burning. A hole is drilled along the length of the stem for the smoke to waft into the water container. Now the artisan's job is to polish the bronze body parts of the hookah. Repeated polishing gives the hookah a resplendent look, a characteristic feature of the Koilandi hookah. With tobacco holder and a pipe in place, the hookah is ready for use now. For the connoisseur of the East, there is nothing like the well-wrought, shapely and alluring hookah from Koilandi.
Welcome to the paper Normative Principles. General Normative Principles. General normative principles have proved to be highly useful and provided a scientific basis in the field of cataloging. Ranganathan calls 5 laws of library science, 4 general laws applicable to any situation, and 2 principles which throw light on the need for local catalog, the codes and direct libraries to be recognized and recatalogued at a minimum cost. by the terms general normative principles. The framers of the catalogue, courts and catalogers, have been making use of these normative principles to a varying extent. Ranganathan's theory of library catalogue, published in 1938, described the normative principles, which included the 5 laws of library science, 6 canons of cataloguing, and law of parsimony. The 5th edition of Classified Catalogue Code, that is otherwise called CCC, published in 1964, contains 8 canons of cataloguing, 5 laws of library science, 4 basic laws, and 2 principles. In the December 1969 issue of Library Science, with a slant to documentation, 2 principles and 1 canon of recall value have been further added. The normative principles can serve as the basis of a catalogue code, providing guidelines to the designer of a catalogue code. As such, rules in a code should be formulated by its designer, keeping in view the spirit of these principles. Critical study of a given code can be carried out with the help of these principles. The principles also can be helpful for the purpose of comparing rules of different codes. The interpretation of the rules of the code can be done on scientific basis with their assistance. Principles can provide guidance to a cataloger in a day-to-day work of cataloguing. General normative principles consist of the following: 5 laws of library science, laws of interpretation, law of impartiality, law of parsimony, law of symmetry, then principle of local variation and principle of osmosis. Laws of library science. These are specific normative principles which are applicable to any problem in the fields of library science, library practice and library services. These laws are fundamental laws of library science. The canons of cataloguing are the implication of the 5 laws. These canons are specific to the fields of cataloguing and in case of a conflict between the canons, an appeal is made to the 5 laws of library science to resolve the conflict. The 5 laws serve as the higher court. If there is a conflict between the canons of cataloguing and general normative principles, then a compromise can be achieved with the aid of the laws of library science. These 5 laws provide general principles from which all library practices could be deduced. Ranganathan says the 5 laws of library science contains in little practically everything which is found more elaborately elucidated in all the succeeding books of the family. These laws contain considerable philosophical discussion about library activities. Actually, 5 laws are the guiding norms. They are the unified principles applicable everything in the library world. Ranganathan's 5 laws have found universal acceptance as pentagon of library philosophy. The laws are: books are for use. Every reader has got his or her book. Every book its reader. Save the time of the reader. And finally, library is a growing organism. And we take the first one: books are for use. In ancient times, books were preserved rather than used. The advent of the first law implied that books are free to all and facilitate free lending services. The modern librarian is happy only when his users make his shelves constantly empty. To maximize the use of books of the libraries, some factors like location and working hours of the library, library buildings and furniture, and also the attitude of the library staffs towards users are to be considered. And the second one, every reader has got his or her book. This law implies that requirements of the readers are varied to provide every reader his book. Provisions of introduction of new collections of the library is desirable. It also supports the concept education for all. To implement the second law successfully, a library legislation should be enacted in every state, and it could provide adequate financial support to the library system, and efficient staff should be appointed, and readers should be aware of the rules and regulations of the library by user education program. The third one, every book its reader. F.W. Lancaster reported that the chances of every book to find its reader, even in a well organized and well serviced library, are not 100%. To get every book its reader, the library should adopt an open access system. To give to the reader to access shelves and use classified arrangement of shelves and provide exhaustive cataloging. Introduce reference and extension services, and also introduce new departments like newspaper room, serial sections, old collections, etc. The book selection procedure is also important, because the selection of books depends on the type, taste and requirement of the users who frequently visit the library. And the fourth one, save the time of the reader. To save the time of the reader, the right book should be provided in right time with minimum effort. This includes two types of time factor: subjective time and objective time. Subjective time is the time that we feel we have spent in the library searching for the book. Objective time is the time that we actually spent. This law suggests that subjective loss is more painful than its objective loss. To save time of its reader, the library should use open access system, classified arrangement of shelves and catalogs, introduce reference service and modern charging system, etc. The fifth one, library is a growing organism. Library as an institution has all the attributes of a growing organism. The growth of the library is evident in the growth of the book stock, the staff, the readers and the physical plan. Thus, the library must keep the provision of extension of its stock room, adequate space in the reading room, and should increase the staff strength with time. The fifth law recognizes that the growth will undoubtedly occur and it must be planned systematically. Laws of interpretation. Ranganathan refers to 1008 principles of interpretation listed in the Nyaya Kosha. A catalog code is like a legal document. Therefore, it should be interpreted like a legal text. Some of the areas where laws of interpretation are applicable are the following. If there is a conflict between different rules, then the conflict should be resolved with the aid of the laws of interpretation. Second one, if a new kind of cataloging problem comes up, then a solution should be obtained by means of proper interpretation of the rules of the code, keeping in view the laws of interpretation. Third one, the conflict between the law of parsimony, laws of library science and the canons of cataloging should be solved by the aid of laws of interpretation. In such an eventuality, we should follow the principle, the latter the law, the greater its weightage. It has also been suggested by Ranganathan that the catalog should be scrutinized from the angle of these laws of interpretation. The third one is law of impartiality. It directs that between two or more claimants, the preference should be made only on sufficient grounds and not arbitrarily. The examples are, in case of a joint authorship, the law recommends that all the authors of the document should have an equal right of being chosen as a heading. In case of multiple series, the law directs that all series should get equal right for being given as a series. Thus, there should be as many book index entries for series as there are series. As a corollary, there should be as many book index entries for series as there are series. Law of parsimony. This law directs that between two or more possible alternative rules bearing on a particular phenomenon, the one leading to overall economy of manpower, material, money and time should be considered together with proper weightage. Comments. According to CCC, the practice of the canon sought heading in choosing headings for class index entries leads to economy. This satisfies the law of parsimony. Application of the canon of sought headings to cross-reference index entries reduces the number of entries. Thus, it leads to the satisfaction of this law. Owing to the application of canon of sought headings to book index entries, the number of those actually prepared is very much reduced. Certain types of series have long names and may include hundreds of publications. In such cases, one can replace a whole series of cards by single card indicating to consult the printed list of the concerned series. In special libraries serving the needs of researchers, series index entries may have a special value, but in certain types of libraries, it is possible to reduce the number of entries. Thus, the reduction in the number of entries to follow the principle of local variation would lead to economy. The same is true about cross-reference entries. Notes are provided on the different entries on selective basis owing to certain considerations leading to the satisfaction of the law of parsimony. According to AACR 1 and AACR 2, from added entries including analytical entries and references are prepared on selective basis, keeping in view whether or not the user might reasonably seek the work under that heading. The heading may be the heading of a main entry or added entry or referred heading in a reference. In AACR2, 3 levels of descriptions have been provided. The court suggests that the choice of a level of the description on the purpose of the catalog or catalogs for which the entry is constructed. This gives plenty of scope to a cataloger to reduce elements of description to a possible minimum in the given circumstances. Law of parsimony would recommend unit card system for printed cards. In this system, a copy of the main entry card itself would be used as any specific added entry card by merely inserting in the leading section the heading of the added entry. In case the card entry is handwritten or typed, then in each added entry, this information should be brief. This is called the multiple card system. Law of symmetry. This law prescribes that of the two entities or situations which admit of being regarded as symmetrical counterparts of each other, if one of the entities or the situations is given weight in any particular context, the other entity or situation should also be given a corresponding weight. Comments. In case of a book by joint authors, the heading of the main entry would have names of both authors in the sequence, in which this occur on the title page. A book index entry would be prepared under the two authors in the same sequence. But due to the law of symmetry, another book index entry using the name of the two authors in reverse sequence would have to be prepared. In this, the law of symmetry is supported by the canon of sort heading, principle of local variation. The principle recognizes a hierarchy of 4 codes: International Catalog Code, National Catalog Code, Linguistic Catalog Code, and Local Catalog Code. This principle prescribes that a catalog code of higher level should mark out the factors to be left to the care of the code of next level. The catalog code at each level should be consistent without any mutual contradictions. Each lower link in the hierarchy should be a supplement to all the upper links taken together. Comments. There is a need to have a hierarchy of codes. Each code has a limitation of its own, and when a code is not competent to lay specific rules, it should lay broad principles for the guidance of further codes. Due to the fact that a library catalog is a medium of communication for the clientele of a library, local variation, local terminology, and local dialect should be introduced into consideration. There is need for a linguistic code. The punctuation system of each language varies. Each linguistic code can look after this. The International Catalog Code should deal with the style of writing or printing only in general terms of dominance, subordination, and the like. The actual method of implementing these prescriptions can be started only in a national catalog code or linguistic catalog code. Similarly, the arrangement of the word Emmrc would be better taken care of by a linguistic code. The rendering of personal names varies from culture to culture. Only a national code can lay down the rules for rendering of the names belonging to that particular country. An international code can put down broad guidelines only. Headings in some other cases will be proper nouns which require transliteration. The rules for transliteration should be included in linguistic codes. The preparation of subject analytical is a matter of local variation. Similarly, the cataloging of material of temporary interest is a matter of local decision. The number of entries to be prepared and amount of information to be given will depend on the local code. AACR 1 prefers the English form of a geographic name. If one general form is used, as the rules of AACR 1 are biased in favor of the English speaking world, if the name appears in different languages, preference should be given to the official language. And if the country has more than one official language, preference should be given to English language source. AACR 1 is used all over the world, but when there are certain cases where it is not suited, it is seen as a violation of the above principle. AACR 2, the next one, it recognizes the fact that uniform legislation for all types and sizes of catalogs is neither possible nor it is desirable, and it encourages the application of individual judgment based on specific local knowledge. Thus, this code has made provision for some rules designated as alternative rules or as optional additions, and some other rules or parts of the rules are introduced by the word optionally. Principle of osmosis. The principle says that owing to the canon of context, a change in the catalog code or the scheme of classification becomes essential than from a particular date the following work should be carried out. Catalog and classify all newly accessed material according to the new code and scheme. Recatalog and reclassify the old collection which is known to be in use. Recatalog and reclassify on return by readers any book taken out by the reader from the old collections. Maintain 2 catalogs, the old and new catalog, and 2 sequences on shelf. Comments. If the library decides to recatalog and reclassify its whole collections, then most of the cases the cost will be enormous. As the cost of recataloging and reclassification is very high, most of the libraries tend to avoid it. Ranganathan suggested that recataloging and reclassification should be done only when it is essential. He recommended the above procedures. At the time of recataloging and reclassifying the documents of libraries, which not only reduces the cost but also does not affect the services of the library and also satisfies canon of context and the law of parsimony. In the initial stage, extra staff and extra work would require, but as the services of the library are not hampered, the users will find it more convenient and helpful. The success of the application of the principle of osmosis would certainly depend upon the effectiveness of the management. If the method is not implemented properly, it will lead to confusion and affect the services. That is a main drawback. If it needs to be effective, it should be implemented with great care and proper planning. Summary. In this unit, we have tried to explain the general normative principles formulated by Ranganathan, and it has proved to be highly useful, and it also provides a scientific basis in the field of cataloging. Ranganathan states the 5 laws of library science, 4 general laws that are applicable to any situation, and these are termed as general normative principles. The normative principles actually provide guidelines to the designer of a catalog code and also interpret the rules of the code. In his classified catalog code, Ranganathan narrates all these general normative principles. It helps the cataloger in choice of headings, preparation of index entries, preference of different items in the headings, maintaining symmetry between the headings, necessity of recataloging and reclassification to maximize the use of the books and to satisfy every reader of the library. Assignment. Make a project about the interpretation of different laws of CCC from its 6th edition. The second one, discuss the necessary arrangements that should be taken by the library to fulfill the 5 laws of library science. Third assignment, briefly explain the treatment of the principle of local variation in CCC, AACR 1 and AACR 2. Fourth one, briefly explain the treatment of law of parsimony in CCC, AACR 1 and AACR 2. Fifth one, discuss how laws of interpretation is helpful to the cataloger. References. Prolegomena to Library Classification by Ranganathan SR, Asia Publishing from Bombay, published in 1967. Library and Information Society by Bhuvaneshwar Chakravarti, published by the World Press. Here we conclude this session. We will discuss another session later. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an eminent personality in the field of psychology from Aligarh Muslim University. He is none other than Professor Shamim Ahmad Ansari, and he has been serving the Department of Psychology in Aligarh Muslim University since 1979. Now I am moving on to Sir to hear more from him. Hello Sir. Welcome to the show Interface.
Thank you very much Lakshmi for a discussion, and whatever is the questions you want to ask, you may have the questions. And before that, I will just let you know about myself, that I did my graduation as well as post graduation from Aligarh Muslim University. Thereafter I did my MPhil as well as PhD, but before completing my PhD I have been appointed as lecturer in 1979, and thereafter I became reader in 1987, and lastly I became professor in 1997. So thereafter I am continuously working in the department, and still I have 5 or 6 years more to get retired. During my whole endeavor in the area of education, I have almost produced more than 1 dozen of PhD scholars as well as MPhil students. Basically my specialization is in HRD and organizational behavior, and moreover the different students have worked on different problems like education, counseling and other aspects which are very relevant to the problem of the social problem or the issues of the contemporary society. I have I have been interested in developing some of the questionnaires in the area of organizational behavior, and I have almost developed some of the questionnaires along with my PhD students on organizational commitment as well as on business strategy and other issues. Almost 5 or 6 questionnaires have been developed by me along with the help of my research students. So this is and I have moreover apart from the academics in the university itself, I have travelled a lot nationally as well as internationally. I have also worked in Ethiopia for more than 2.5 years, and thereafter again I joined my parent institution Aligarh Muslim University, and during my tenure I have worked as chairperson of the Department of Psychology from 2002 to 2005, because there is a rotation for 3 years, and that is why I worked for 3 years as a chairman, and thereafter still I am working over there, and my research students still at present we have 5 maximum. We can take 5 students at the research level. So I have all the 5 students with me, and they are working with me for their PhD. So this is my work, and moreover I have been associated with different universities of India, because I have been the member of the board of studies of the different Indian universities, as well as I have been associated with some government organizations too, because I would not like to mention the organization with which I am attached, but I have been attached with different government organizations. I have also conducted one very important research study which was given to me by DRDO, Defense Institute of Psychological DIPR, Defense Institute of Psychological Researches. So I have done some work in Kashmir itself, and on terrorism, about the terrorism, that how terrorism is spreading over there and what are the various causes of terrorism. So these are some of the apart from it, we have almost I have more than 50 or 60 papers I have published in books as well as in journals, or in different articles are there in the different magazines. So this is my introduction. So we can thank you very much. Lakshmi.
Sir, I would like to ask you another question. Having travelled so much in the field of psychology, what was the basic thing that led you to the field of psychology? And for the budding students, like who are the prospective students in the field of psychology of tomorrow, so what will be your guidelines to those students, and what was your career before your undergraduate level, and just what led you to the field of psychology?
In this regard, I always tell to my students that you are the best person you can assess yourself, because you know the parenting style is one of the most important aspect. Teachers in the schools, they play a very important role for shaping the personality of the child, but moreover the children should be told that they should assess themselves, because unless and until it is such suggestions are not been have not been given by teachers as well as the parents, then the students will never go for assessing themselves, and they should be given freedom to do whatever they want. And what I say in psychology, I say that there is a term self-concept, that understanding about oneself. Yes. So if one has the understanding, very positive and realistic understanding about oneself, then it definitely may become a key source for success in their career. So personality, so far as the personality development is concerned, I say that you have to see, because self-concept is nothing but understanding about oneself, about their shortcomings as well as their own strength. If you have the strength, then definitely you have to maintain your strength. If there are the shortcomings, weaknesses, you have to improve it. If you have, because you are the person, we have to tell to our students that you are the person who knows you well, to whom you know yourself better other than the other persons. We can observe, our observation may be right or wrong, but the student's own observation about himself or herself will be definitely very right. So they cannot hide the problems, whatever they are facing. They should think about that. They should identify their own weaknesses. If they are identifying their own weaknesses, then definitely that will help them to improve it. If they are improving it, then definitely it will make their career in their life. So choice of the career is also very important. Whatever the shortcomings they are having, so in the light of the shortcomings, they can improve themselves, and that can build their own career. Because I know that if I am interested in psychology, then I should not go for the other areas like mathematics, biology, other things. So this is a very wrong step. If we are, and the parents should also be highly enlightened about it. They should not force their students. What is happening in our country basically, maybe around the world, that even the child is not born, we are deciding the fate of the child, what he or she should be. We don't go beyond the engineering as well as the medicine, that they should go for either engineering or medicine. Why not? The person may be a good footballer, he can be a good cricketer, sports, there is a good scope in sports. If they have the talent, they can go for, even I say that I am a professor of psychology. I am not inferior to any person who are either MBBS, they are the professor of surgery or other. I am equally important, and if I am excelling in my area, then definitely I would be in a better position. If the people are there in surgery or in medical sciences or engineering, if they are not excelling well, then they may be definitely they would be having some inferiority. They may can't do their job very well. So that is why we have to decide our own career, and the parents should be taught about it, and there may be the counselors, there may be the teachers in the school. They should call to the parents on the parents teacher meeting, and they should say that you should not force your child where they have to go. You leave him. If they have the interest, they can go for that, but you provide better environment, positive environment for them, for their better career. So they will do it, and you can just check them. So that is why it is very important. I say that the self-concept is one of the most important ingredient of personality that may make the person's life successful, as well as the person can make their career in a very excellent manner.
Sir, when you spoke so much about the self-concept thing, then I am having a doubt in that thing. That is, if that is the case, then when exactly the concept of or the subject of psychology should be introduced into the field of education? Actually, if self-concept is, we are learning social studies, we are learning mathematics, chemistry, biology, likewise. But since psychology is having so much of importance, then what is your perspective regarding including psychology at what level of education?
Definitely, there is a much more relationship of psychology with education. Not psychology with education, but I say with all areas, all walks of life, even in management, either you are in military organization, you are in educational setting, you are in social setting, wherever you are dealing with human being. And psychology deals with human being, the problems of human being, how you can shape the personality of the child, how you can shape the personality, attitude of the person. We know the mechanism, how we can do it, because as a psychologist we know all that. And so far as the relationship of psychology with education is concerned, I say that I was just talking earlier about self-concept. Self-concept, I say that I am usually overemphasizing self-concept. Overemphasizing doesn't mean that I am wrongly emphasizing the concept of self-concept, but I am rightly emphasizing this the concept of self-concept, that it plays a very important role, for the development of the child.
Yes, sir.
The development means overall development, the perception of the child, attitude of the child, the reactions of the child. I say that why the child becomes stubborn. We usually say, being a parent, I say my child is stubborn. Who has made him stubborn? We are basically responsible. The parents are basically responsible. The child rearing practices definitely is a very important role that shape the personality of the child. It is related to education. We have to develop positive attitude of the child towards education too. How education is important, because sometimes what happens, my child is just studying. I say, you go and bring a glass of water for me. I am disturbing my child. I should not do it. The mother say, you go to the market and bring something from the market. We are disturbing our child. When the child is definitely in this way, if we are rearing our child, then definitely his personality will be developed in a very negative manner, and child sometimes may lose his interest towards studies. He would be thinking, what is the use of studying when I am being disturbed all the time? My parents are disturbing me. So that is why we have to play a very important role. That the children's perception toward education is very important.
Yes, sir.
We are the person who can shape the personality as well as the perception, who can make the perception of the child, which is very important. We have that the importance of education we should teach to our child. Child doesn't know, that the child sometimes everyone he keeps in his mind at the unconscious level of mind.
Yes.
We don't say that the things are not there in the child's, because most of our behavior is governed by unconscious level of mind.
Yes.
But we are definitely conscious. When he is in the later stage, the things are coming from the unconscious to the conscious level. What he has already taught earlier, he has been taught earlier, that definitely that shape his own personality, he behaves in the same way. So that is why the positive, and the same thing happens in schools too. Because unless until we are knowing the mechanism of changing the behavior as well as the perception of child, we cannot make the child motivated towards the studies. So that is why it is very important. Psychology is everywhere. Either it is education or wherever we are, psychology plays a very important role. I am a man of organizational behavior. I will say that sometimes the people are thinking that the advertising is a wastage. But because in advertising, the lakhs of money is being invested. But out of advertising, there are millions of rupees they are earning every day. If you are just giving your advertisement in the mass media, maybe on TV, and that is at the national level, that may cost 10 seconds exposure on mass media, that may cost lakhs of rupees. If it is every day, it is coming on mass media, then how much the organization is earning out of that? So it means there will be some advantage. So because of that, so we say that we are not being influenced by advertising, definitely, but unconsciously we are being advertised, we are being influenced by advertising. So that is why the same way, whatever we are teaching to our child, that remains at the unconscious level of mind of the child, and thereafter when he grows older, the things are coming from the unconscious to the conscious level of mind, and the same way his behavior is definitely formed, and he is behaving in the same manner. So that is why it is very important that psychological aspects are very important in education too. We can say that the counseling, what the counseling is, only the psychologists are providing suggestions to the child as well as the parents. The suggestions are being given to the parents, and if they are abiding the suggestions given by the counselor, then they can improve their own personality. Otherwise, if they are not abiding the suggestions given by counselor, they cannot improve their personality. So this is what we say. But psychologists definitely know the mechanism, strategy. He can design the strategy in a better way to improve the personality of the child as well as to make his perception in a right direction.
So in this regard, I would also like to ask you another question. That is, what is your opinion regarding incorporating psychology as a part of the curriculum in general in the educational system, or as a part of like social science, mathematics? What is your opinion regarding including psychology as a part of the curriculum? Because as you said, the self-awareness, and that is not given so much emphasis in any of the curriculum developed so far. So what is your opinion about it?
Yes, I will say that it must be the part of curriculum, because you know that not in school but at graduate level in most of the discipline there is psychology. In engineering, psychology are being taught to the students, maybe humanities in the department of humanities where psychology is dominating. Home science, the number of papers are related to psychology like child development and other things. The same way in management, most of the papers are related to psychology. The same way you know that at school level, because I was talking about the graduate level and beyond graduate level, but at school level, the person, every child must know about the psychology of others, because you know the adjustment problem is very important. If we are not knowing about the various sources of maladjustment, we cannot improve ourselves. How the others are expecting from us, and what should be our reactions to that situation, which is very important. So that is why the psychology, the introduction, basic psychology basically, that should be the part of the curriculum, because even students can understand their own psychology too, and moreover they can have, that will help in understanding the problems of others too, and it will manage the child to have better interaction with other people. You know, I say sometimes to my students, you just keep in mind that if you have always a smiling face, you can win the hearts of others. Exactly. It is based on psychological principles, because in psychology there is hedonistic philosophy. That means that behavior is directed towards pleasure and away from pain. If the things are pleasant, people will be attracted. If the things are unpleasant, situations are unpleasant, you will keep yourself away from that situation. So why not you are making such an environment, conducive environment, which are highly attractive to the people, and the people definitely will be attracted towards that situation. So we can win the hearts of other people. How we can win the hearts of other people? It is very important. So that is why the child must know about it. Even the parents should know about it. And if the parents are, because the child is father of man. Today they are child, tomorrow they will be the parents. They will be either father or mother. So if they don't know the psychology of a child, how they can rear their own children? So that is why every child should know about psychology. Even the people, that is why there is a need today for in all disciplines that every person should know the psychology of people. That is why there is no need for in management, there was no need in engineering, in medicine, but even then they are going for psychology, because they know that how they can treat the patients. They are talking all the time about psychology of the patients. Yes. They are talking about the managerial level, how we have to interact with our subordinates. That is very important, because now the days have gone when auto-bureaucratic style of supervision was very important, and the people were forced to work. Now the situation is entirely different. You can talk to the people, you can request the people, you can create such an environment where there is a very friendly environment. Everyone would like to interact with each other. So that is why they can work over there. So that is why the psychology definitely at school level be there. At least they must know what is the psychology of man, what is psychology, and what are the various subject matter in psychology, and what is the significance of psychology. Psychology is not only psychology is not, but the type of subject matter what should be there, that is very important. We have to make it a better design of the syllabi, and that's why on that basis we can develop the textbooks or other things for the school students.
So what will be your message to young students who are the budding citizens or the future of tomorrow?
Just definitely we are all the time we are talking about the students, to the students, that they are the future of tomorrow. Definitely they are the future of tomorrow.
To the young children, what all message, having traveled so far in the career, what all message you can give them?
Definitely this is the era of competition, and everyone has to compete each other. The competitions are nowadays among the good people. Poors never come in the fray. Only good students are coming forward, and there is a competition among the good people, and we have to definitely accept. We can't succeed unless until we are excelling the other good people. So that is why we should emphasize upon time management, that how we can manage our time, how much we are giving to our time to our studies, how much time we are giving to our hobbies. So definitely, depending upon the situation, we have to make our time, we have to make our time management, and accordingly we have to improve ourselves, because without doing work hard we can't achieve. I usually say to my students, either you work hard for 3 or 4 years and then you enjoy the whole life, or you enjoy 2 or 3 years and you will be in pain, in trouble for the remaining period of life. So that is why you work hard today. I say that you only work hard for 3 or 4 or 5 years, then thereafter you will be enjoying your entire life. So this is the source of motivation. If you are telling to your students that, or we are telling to our students, either you enjoy today or you enjoy after your education. So which you make your own choice about that. And definitely it is true. Those who are working hard today, they are enjoying in the remaining life. Those who are enjoying today, then definitely they will be in the trouble. But I don't know about the fate of the individual, but definitely we have to do something about making our own career.
Your opinion is that every day, like when it is time for a work, then it should be the prime motive, and when it is time for enjoyment, that should be the focus.
You know, why I say it, because if you just analyze your whole life, almost adult life, 1/3 of our adult life we are spending in sleeping, 8 hours a day. Remaining 16 hours what we are doing? Only 5 or 6 hours we are just spending in school or colleges. Thereafter what 11 or 10 or 11 hours we are spending it. And that 11 hours that needs management. So you know, if we are not spending some more time, we are not giving more time to our education, to our studies, then definitely it will be very difficult. Because some people are overconfident. Overconfident and underconfidence, the fallout of both the things almost remains the same.
Yes.
If the people have low confidence, they fail to achieve their targets. If they are overconfident, majority of the people fail to achieve their target. The people definitely who are in the middle, they are confident enough, but they are struggling hard. They know the reality of life. So these people may have the higher probability of success compared to either the people who are less confident or who are overconfident.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words, and we are really blessed with your presence here, and your words are really a thought-provoking one at a multi-level. In the sense, it has a wider message to the society, to the family, to the educational system, to an individual, and it was a really thought-provoking and inspirational one. We are very thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Hello. The world we live in has totally changed from what it was in the last century. The change is very much apparent, especially in the way we communicate with each other. At the beginning of 20th century, it was not as conspicuous as it is today. But a group of far-sighted philosophers and writers theorize how the world will be affected by the proliferation of mass media. These philosophers studied how the new devices for mass communication can be used to define culture. That is why the study of critical theory and Frankfurt School philosophers becomes significant for a scholar of fine arts. The term critical theory is used in two contexts. More scientific usage of the term critical theory designates the theory put forward by several generations of German philosophers and social theorists in the Western European Marxist tradition known as the Frankfurt School. The second usage is related to literary criticism. Critical theory in literary studies is ultimately a form of hermeneutics, that is, knowledge via interpretation to understand the meaning of human texts and symbolic expressions. In this module, we will focus on the major theoretical topics defined and proposed for discourse by the Frankfurt School thinkers, as it is more relevant for an artist practicing in contemporary cultural context. 5 Frankfurt School theorists were chiefly responsible for establishing critical theory as a specific school of thought. They are Herbert Marcuse, Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, Walter Benjamin, and Jürgen Habermas. With the latter, critical theory moved away from its roots on German idealism and assimilated ideas of American pragmatism. One major area where the Frankfurt School of thinkers excel is developing the theory of mass media and communication. Communication happens between individuals. It can happen between one-to-one or one-to-many. In the public sphere, communication usually happens between one-to-many. By one, it does not always mean an individual. It can be the state, political agency, corporate, or some other power structure. The public sphere is where opinions are formed. Taste is created there. Judgments are made and transaction of wealth takes place in this sphere. So, if an opinion can be changed, it can at the end generate or destroy wealth. Each establishment has a need to manipulate the public opinion. So, there will always be people who are powerful and people who make others powerful. The second category of people, who are termed common man, believes that the powerful are really strong and what the master class thinks to be good should really be good. So, the common people place their own capacity for judgment to be inferior to that of the upper class. They try to imitate the taste of the master class and blindly imitate their attitude. This becomes a subconscious process. A common person is usually unaware of it. He really believes that what he is imitating is really of high taste. One can take Indian painter Raja Ravivarma, who worked as an artist in British colonial India, as an example. He is seen wearing a black coat, which was the British formal dress, over his traditional Indian dhoti. It is notable that Raja Ravivarma was among the first Indian artists to adapt the Western academic style of painting and was instrumental in changing the aesthetic notions of the common Indian. Contemporary newsreaders of Indian local television channels can be seen wearing the same kind of black coat to make the common television viewer believe in the authenticity of the news. This process of subconscious persuasion is termed hegemony. It was Gramsci, an Italian leftist thinker, who used the term hegemony to denote the predominance of one social class over others with their willing and active consent. Though he was not a member of Frankfurt School, the theory of hegemony is applicable to all social power structures. The theory of hegemony was extended by the thinkers of Frankfurt School. Mass media becomes most important as a tool to bring about cultural hegemony. Media like film, radio, television, newspaper can force public to create an opinion. Frankfurt School thinkers specially wrote about film and its effects as a form of mass media. Mass media is associated with mass production. Mass production makes it possible to reach a wider audience within a short span of time. Mass production happens in every sphere, including that of culture. Film is a very visible example. Some movements in art at the end of 19th century tried to associate culture and craftsmanship with industrial mass production. These movements were concerned about the values which were being lost during the process of mass production. The English art and crafts movement, with William Morris as its theorist, and Art Nouveau may be thought of as such movements. We mention these two movements here not because they are anyway historically linked with Frankfurt School, but just to show that movements in art sometimes intuitively precedes a clear-cut theoretical system with parallel ideas. Mass production affects the perception of the relationship between the original and a copy. Before the age of industrialization, a copy had lesser chance to be equal to the original. But in the age of mechanical reproduction, the divide between original and copy dissolves. But strangely, social institutions build strategies to revive the value association to the original. Thus, a print of Mona Lisa, which is mechanically produced, though exactly equal in quality with the original, will always be an inferior reproduction, and the original can be owned only by the extreme wealthy or powerful. Walter Benjamin, in his 1936 book, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, writes, "For the first time in world history, mechanical reproduction emancipates the work of art from its parasitical dependence on ritual. To an ever greater degree, the work of art reproduced becomes the work of art designed for reproducibility. From a photographic negative, for example, one can make any number of prints. To ask for the authentic print makes no sense. But the instant the criterion of authenticity ceases to be applicable to artistic production, the total function of art is reversed. Instead of being based on ritual, it begins to be based on another practice, politics." Some of you may think these are all far-fetched. An artist need not consider all this while making his work of art. He just has to paint. But remember, we all exist within certain social structures where some artists are appreciated and some others discarded. To create something new and to challenge existing canons require a deeper understanding of the underlying structures. To make this more clear, let us see how a little mass-produced object became a shocking piece of extraordinary art, which changed the perception of what art is in the 20th and 21st century. The painting of Mona Lisa, done by Marcel Duchamp in 1919, had in its agenda the kind of challenges which we have mentioned. Here, in this Dadaist work, Marcel Duchamp transforms a print into original, thus reversing the process. He makes fun of the power structures which creates and preserves cultural objects. The Fountain is another work by Marcel Duchamp. He signed the work with a false name, Mutt. This urinal appears to us as an ugly object. We forget the aesthetically designed shape, the rich glazed ceramic material, and the perfection with which it is created. One tends to associate the object only with its function. In this work, Duchamp was making a mass-produced found object into a work of art by signing it and isolating it from its very common surroundings. When any object carefully placed within a social structure, in this case the gallery system, can create an ambience around itself to make it appear meaningful. Duchamp created this work in 1917, 4 years prior to the founding of Frankfurt Institute of Social Research. This process of making a commonplace object to an object extraordinary is termed reification. It is the act or result of the act of transforming human properties, relations and actions into properties, relations and actions of man-produced things which have become independent and which are imagined as originally independent of man and govern his life. Reification also means the transformation of human beings into thing-like beings. The process of reification happens all around us in everyday life. Let us look at an example. The purpose of car is to commute, but car has become a symbol of wealth and power. The person who owns a car aspires to acquire a more expensive vehicle. It need not necessarily be more efficient. Similarly, a painting created by an established artist becomes a sought after prestige symbol, though it may lack artistic merit. Stardom in cultural industry comes out of reification. An artist who has become an icon of stardom in recent history is Andy Warhol. Let us look closely at some of his works. Warhol created several mass-produced images from photographs of celebrities. He started a studio to create these works. He named his studio The Factory and began to employ assistants to create artworks. He was using a very common printing process called serigraphy to produce some of his works. Serigraphy is nothing but silkscreen printing. Warhol is a representative icon of contemporary visual culture in a capitalist society where culture has become a commodity. A commonplace commercial artwork appreciated by the mass is actually a beautiful object. It is made to cater to their taste, but it is considered as low art, whereas many not so beautiful or appealing artwork may be highly regarded. Pop art movement, in which Warhol was a member, challenged this differentiation of low and high art. Artists of the pop art movement took kitsch objects and turned them into artworks worth millions of dollars by cleverly using social institutions of wealth and power. It may appear strange that we mention pop art while talking of Frankfurt School. It is because the example of social phenomena theorized by the Frankfurt School is very visible in late capitalist system and its expression in pop art. It was during the 1960s that Warhol began to make paintings of iconic American products such as Campbell's soup cans and Coca-Cola bottles, as well as paintings of celebrities such as Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, Troy Donau, Muhammad Ali and Elizabeth Taylor. It was also during the 1960s that Adorno wrote his book Aesthetic Theory. It remained unfinished during his death in 1969. In the opinion of Adorno, the only possible authentic expression of the contemporary world condition is the avant-garde artwork. The avant-garde artwork appears as a necessary expression of alienation in a late capitalist society. It cannot be compared to the unity of a classical artwork. He states in Aesthetic Theory, there is no general test for deciding if an artist who wipes out expression altogether has become the mouthpiece of reified consciousness or of the speechless, expressionless expression that denounces it. He continues, the shock created by an avant-garde work is bound to the unique experience it produces. That is why with repetition it loses its effect. At one point of time, the audience expects the shocks of the avant-garde. Then avant-garde has become institutionalized and is consumable. This happens when one tries to grant duration by making the shock objective. According to Frankfurt School thinkers, art need not directly address social reality. In their view, art's detachment from dominant reality gives it its special significance and power. That is why they rejected the ideas of socialist realist art, which was favored by thinkers like George Lukács. In his 1923 book, History and Class Consciousness, Lukács states, realism meant more than rendering the surface appearance. It meant providing a more complete, true, vivid and dynamic view of the world around. Adorno states that art cannot simply reflect the social system, but acts within it as an irritant which is capable of producing negative knowledge of the actual world. Socialist realism missed the point as an art movement because of its failure to hide its direct attempt at reification of the state apparatus. In German expressionist painting, especially in the new objectivity group, we see a more successful application of proletarian ideology. In independent India, the proclaimed leftist art movement started with the Bombay Progressive Group of 1947. The group published a manifesto which stated that art should be created for the common man, but they used a westernized expressionist language in their artworks. A common Indian found it alien. The progressives had to rewrite their manifesto for their next exhibition. In it, they had to abandon the idea that art should be made for the common man. The main members of the progressive group were Francis Newton Sousa, M.F. Hussain, Ara, Bakre, Gade, etc. We all know M.F. Hussain well because he was able to reificate his artwork. Ara, who virtually remained unknown, belonged to the labor class till his death. This is a painting titled Railway Station by Ara, one of the founder members of the progressive artist group in Mumbai. This work turned up at an auction house recently. Now, before concluding the session, we will leave the analytic of art and briefly look at the history of Frankfurt School. The Frankfurt School is a school of neo-Marxist social theory, social research and philosophy. The term Frankfurt School is used to designate the thinkers affiliated with the Institute of Social Research at Frankfurt University or influenced by them. The institute came into focus during 1930s with Max Horkheimer as its director. The thinkers who influenced the school of thought were Kant, Hegel, Marx, George Lukács, Sigmund Freud and Max Weber. The main thinkers who are considered part of Frankfurt School are Theodor Adorno, Walter Benjamin, Herbert Marcuse, Erich Fromm and Jürgen Habermas. Major books of influence are Adorno's and Horkheimer's Dialectic of Enlightenment and Adorno's Minima Moralia. The school critic society as being in a state of false consciousness, a consciousness which it hides the reality of domination and oppression of the masses under capitalism. Frankfurt School theories were given much media focus because of their criticism of Marx-Leninism and the orthodox interpretation of Marxism and their integration of American thought into Marxism. Frankfurt School theories were sometimes described as the thinkers of the New Left. Their theoretical discourse also heavily influenced intellectual discourse on popular culture and popular culture studies. While modernist critical theories researched on the forms of authority and injustice in capitalism as a political economic system, postmodern critical theory considers meaning itself to be unstable because social structures are rapidly changing, thus making generalizations of theory becomes only locally relevant. Thus, in a way, postmodernism takes a political stand which may be dubbed favorable to capitalist conditioning. Contemporary critical theory is considered to be a mixture of concepts deriving from Marxian theory, post-structuralism, semiology, psychoanalysis and feminist theory. It is time we conclude this module on critical theory and Frankfurt School. Till the next class, thank you. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on types of learning disabilities. Reading disorder or dyslexia. The art of reading may be defined as a process of sight, sound and sense. It is a cognitive activity, a meaning-oriented, language-oriented process. As a perceptual process, reading is defined as a meaningful memory and interpretation of visual and auditory stimuli. Deficiencies in reading were among the first to be associated with what are now called learning disabilities. Assessment of learning disabilities is a prerequisite for planning intervention programs. Assessment of reading disability can be classified as formal assessment and informal assessment. Various measures are used to verify important facts of assessment. The tests that are useful and effective for formal types of assessment are standardized test and criterion reference tests. Standardized tests. These tests of reading provide results that can be compared to the standardization samples. Some important standardized tests are the diagnostic reading scales, dual analysis of reading tests, the Glimmer oral reading test, etc. Criterion reference tests. They emphasize a student's ability in relation to fixed criteria rather than in comparison with achievement of a standardized population. The assumption underlying criterion reference tests in the area of reading is that there is a series of sequenced skills that may be placed in a hierarchy from simple to complex. The student is tested to determine mastery of each of the objectives or skills in the hierarchy. Reading problems of disabled readers. A slower rate of progress, poor comprehension, poor sight recognition, and too rapid careless reading. Types of reading problems. Visual dyslexia. Children having visual dyslexia feel difficulty in translating written letters into sounds. They are confused by letters with similar configuration. Example: H, N, I, J, V, W, N, M, and feel difficulty to differentiate between the words. Example: bad, bed, fan, fun, etc. Auditory dyslexia. Children having auditory dyslexia feel difficulty in grasping the meaning of sound. One of the most noteworthy characteristics of these children is auditory discrimination problem. They cannot distinguish between M and N, P and D, man and mat, car and can, beck and back, tank and sank, etc. Some children experience difficulties with certain sounds, while other children have problems with only initial or final consonant sounds. Sound blending. Sound blending is the ability to synthesize sounds into a complete word. Children with this difficulty are unable to blend M-A-T into word mat. The three phonemes of this word remain as separate sound. Memory skills. Children with memory disturbances feel difficulty in recalling information. Mostly, it is associated with various visual or auditory processes. Auditory memory problems may affect a child's ability to remember letter sounds and also the ability to blend these sounds into a word. On the other hand, a child with visual memory deficits may be unable to recognize a specific letter or word. Sequential memory deficits must also be discussed as a component of the memory process. Many children have difficulty to remember the order of letters in word, the sequence of sound within a word, and the sequence of words within sentence. Letter and word reversals. A widely discussed problem of children with reading disabilities is the tendency to read some letters and words backward, rotated or inverted. Single letters such as B, D, P, Q, N, U, N and W are often read upside down and backwards. LD children are also observed reversing whole words. Example, so for was, parts of words, for example, to for two, and initial letters, for example, big for dig. Critical reading skills. Critical reading is a type of comprehension which involves critical and value judgments based on the attitude and experiences of the reader. Critical reading includes judging accuracy, drawing conclusions, evaluating the author's intention, etc. Remediation. There are certain principles of remediation developed for guiding the teachers of learning disabled children in the selection of materials and methods. Students are better motivated when things are meaningful. This can be accomplished by explaining the relevance to them, allowing them to have a voice in aspects such as objective, procedures or rate, and by relating reading materials to their interest and experiences. Students are more likely to learn if formats or mode of presentation are varied. It is possible for teachers to plan for incidental learning. Students are more likely to learn if they understand the goals of the teacher. The teacher should explain the objectives more than once and point out the relationship immediately. Students need to have the prerequisite skills to accomplish more complex tasks. Teachers should analyze tasks and sequence them from easy to difficult, including all the skills. Children often learn more efficiently and they have a model to observe and imitate. Students are more likely to learn if they are active learners, that is, if they participate in the activities designed to reach the varied objectives. To be an active learner, the student must understand what to do and why to do. Students learn more easily if the learning conditions are pleasant. These include temperature, noise level, and avoidance of frustration and the boredom of unnecessary repetitions. Students must have sufficient input, that is teaching, to provide output, that is demonstration of task mastery. Teachers' expectation with regard to how much practice is needed must synchronize with the students. In keyword approach, exercises are given where children need to pick out the keywords from the paragraphs of the lesson. This helps them to understand and remember the content of the lesson more easily. The development of basic sight vocabulary, that is, words which should be read at sight without effort. Example, words like on, for, of, is, etc. will helpful to speed up the process of reading. In any book, 20% of words are sight words. Phonic method is extremely useful when there is difficulty with phoneme-grapheme correspondence. The child is taught the sounds of letters and then encouraged to blend these into words. For example, dog as d, o and g. Writing disabilities or dysgraphia. Writing is transmitting thoughts into paper. It is a very important skill, particularly during the school years. Types of writing disabilities are the following. Handwriting. It is the most concrete of all the basic academic skills. Handwriting deficits have been referred to as visual motor integration problems. Some children with handwriting deficits are unable to hold a pencil, while others have problem in writing certain letters. Spelling. It is frequently a more sensitive indicator of learning disabilities than other problems. Some common spelling errors are addition of unneeded letters, omission of needed letters, reversal of whole word, reversal of vowels, reversal of consonants, and wrong association of sound, etc. Motor memory. Word may be recalled in a visual, auditory, or kinesthetic manner. LD children often lack the ability to remember the kinesthetic feel of a word. During movement of hand in writing, certain words are totally forgotten by these children. Writing expression. Most written expression problems are found among young children beyond the second grade. They are unable to utilize the written form of language as an effective means of communication. Some are unable to transfer ideas in written form, while others make grammar and syntax errors. Expression of ideas. In this problem, children are unable to organize thoughts into proper form for communication. Many children who can orally articulate their thoughts fail totally to communicate in a logical writing style. Syntax and grammar. The children with written syntax problems are able to express their thoughts in writing. However, numerous syntax and grammar errors totally distort their written output. Some of the more frequent written syntax errors are word omission, distorted word order, incorrect verb and pronoun usage, lack of punctuation, etc. Inadequate vocabulary. Vocabulary is most important for adequate written expression. Some LD children have poor vocabularies because of impoverished oral language background. Remedial measures are methods for developing handwriting skills. Tracing folds. The teacher should instruct the children to fold a paper into various patterns such as squares, rectangles, etc. Then the paper should be unfolded and the child should trace with his index finger the remaining traces of the fold. Drawing roads. Various patterns that might represent straight or curved roads should be cut from stencils. In the beginning, these patterns can be relatively wider as much as 1 inch. Tracing with copy paper. Various figures should be drawn with dark felt tipped pens or standardized size paper or heavy weight construction paper. Onion skin paper through which these patterns can be seen should be placed over the copy form and the child should be directed to trace on the copy paper. Dot to dot figures. A complete figure should be drawn first. Then a dot to dot figure is provided so that the children can complete to develop a similar figure. They will develop in learning disabled child the required motor skill for writing. Once a child learns a technique, the complete or model figure should be discontinued. Methods for remediation of spelling difficulties. The Fernald-Wacht approach, that is visual, auditory, kinesthetic, tactile. It is of great value in remediation of spelling disabilities. Tactile and kinesthetic cues help the student learn to spell correctly. Analysis of spelling errors. It can be seen that some students have spelling difficulties with nearly all words while some others have with only non-phonetic words. It becomes an important step for the teacher to make an analysis of the type of spelling errors. Attention getting technique. It is a fact that learning disabled children have more attention difficulties than the normal population. This warrants ample use of a wide variety of attention getting techniques along with other procedures. Remedial programs for written language difficulties. Improving students' motivation for written expression. Positive attitude is very essential for writing improvement. Allow them to develop creativity and writing fluency. Opportunities for expressive writing should be provided and the activities should be carefully chosen. Assignment should stimulate the generation of ideas by calling on students' prior experiences, personal interests, or by providing motivating topics. Story starters are also useful here. Improving general writing mechanics. Teacher can develop individualized programs to allow students to progress at their own pace. Increasing written productivity. To measure students' productivity, the teacher must collect several written samples. One basic intervention strategy is to tell students to increase their use of deficient target structure. Improving compositions. To improve skill in composition, the teacher has to use many patterns such as story structure, comparison contrast, and expository texts. Although story structure is one type of organization schemes, other writing schemes are available for different writing purposes. These schemes include description, comparison, contrast, etc. Arithmetic disability or dyscalculia. The awareness of a specific deficit in mathematical skills began in the early 1900s when neurologists observed the loss of certain types of focal lesions in the brain. In 1937, a disorder called congenital arithmetic disability was identified. This disorder was described as an important factor in arithmetic disabilities that was developmental rather than acquired. Types. Shape discrimination. Children's difficulties with shapes might affect later recognition of specific numbers. Many LD children incorrectly perceive number shapes. Example, 6 as 9 and 3 as 8. Size discrimination. This problem is very common in LD children. Concrete geometric concepts such as big, small, long and short, and abstract numerical concepts such as more and less cannot be understood by these children. All complex quantitative skills are based upon the ability to discriminate between different sizes. Sets and numbers. A set is a well-defined collection or group of objects. Everything that belongs to the set is an element or number of set. Many LD children are unable to understand the concept of a set. It is difficult for them to recognize the commonalities that distinguish a box of crayons, a bowl of apples, and a group of boys as three sets. Counting. Counting is the first step in arithmetic training. Many children who are unable to count meaningfully are later hindered in the basic computational skills of addition and subtraction. Children with this difficulty of tens key numbers when counting along 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11 examples. Others count correctly but without understanding that each number corresponds to a particular element in a set. Auditory visual association. These children have difficulties in relating what they see visually with what they know auditorily. They feel difficulty with associating the spoken word 6 with the written symbol 6 or even written word 6. Place value. An understanding of the concept of place value is basic to many mathematical functions. Many LD children do not grasp the idea that the same digit, for example 4, may denote different degree of magnitude according to its place in the numeral. Example 4.7, 14 or 422. The child with place value difficulty might not understand the reason that 47 is not just 4 and 7, nor he understand the significance involved in reversing 47 into 74. Computational skills. Some children have specific problems with the fundamental arithmetic processes of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Many of these computational problems are due to difficulties with the fundamental skills of the one-to-one correspondence, counting and set notation. Measurement. The idea that some objects are taller, shorter, larger or smaller than other objects is one of the very first principles of measurement that might prove confusing to some children. The use of number lines and rulers which involve the principles of measurement is an additional area of difficulty for many LD children. Quantitative language. Difficulty in understanding such quantitative concepts as more, less, before, after, big, little, larger, fewer, than, as many as, etc. are often an early indicator of later mathematical disabilities. Operational signs are an additional quantitative language consideration causing confusion for some children. Some cannot differentiate A plus from A minus, others find it difficult to perceive particular symbols as a whole. The equal sign perceived by some children as two subtraction signs. The quantitative language disabilities seem to affect mathematical achievement at all levels from preschool through secondary levels. Individualizing mathematics instruction for learning disabled. Individualized approaches for the learning disabled focus on two aspects: pacing of content coverage and modality of presentation. More emphasis is placed on the former than the later. The main reason for the emphasis on pacing is the availability of materials. A critical review of commercially produced individualized materials reveals that most of them individualize with regard to pacing. That is, all the students are supposed to learn the same content in the same sequence, presented in the same way, but at their own speed. Procedure for the classroom teacher. The classroom teacher can assist the learning disabled students in mathematics learning in at least 3 ways: by establishing a whole class routine that allows for individualization, by ensuring that the learning disabled student is placed at the appropriate level within the scope and sequence of skills, by effectuating minor adaptations in the way instruction is presented. If a student is in need of reteaching on a skill, the teacher should carefully observe the student's written work and oral responses to instruction, since these may indicate what types of adaptations are necessary. Adaptations in presentation of instruction can be made by the teacher in 3 ways. They are providing additional practice, providing performance cues, and using interactive unit. Conclusion. Children with learning disorders are children with special educational needs. The current scientific approaches to enable these children to integrate into the mainstream educational infrastructure. This concept of inclusive education is the objective of forward-looking educational boards all over the world to enable education for all. If I can't learn the way you teach, will you teach me the way I can? This is a cry inside the heart of each learning disabled child. The teachers and parents must give their ears to this. The teacher may be the first person to identify a child with the learning problems and to diagnose this as learning disorder. The support for these children needs to be both educational and emotional. It is only the teacher who can facilitate this emotional component to make the environment encouraging and friendly. Children with special needs must be flourished in the warmth of that environment instead of feeling repelled. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. In this chapter, we discussed different types of learning disabilities such as dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. Among reading disorders, its different types are discussed with examples. The chapter analyzes the various remedial measures for dyslexia too. We have then discussed dysgraphia, which are writing disabilities. Types of writing disorders along with its remedial measures and programs were explained. It is followed by a detailed description of the arithmetic disability, that is dyscalculia. Its various types and individualized mathematical instruction for LD were also discussed. Now we can try to answer the questions given here. What are the different types of dyslexia? How can we remediate the problem of dyslexia? What are the difference between visual dyslexia and auditory dyslexia? What is dysgraphia? Discuss the various types of writing disabilities. What are the remedial measures for the problem of dysgraphia? Explain dyscalculia and its major types. Now you may go through the reference books for further understanding. The Science of Learning Disabilities by K. A. Cavalier and S. R. Fornes, San Diego, College Hill in the year 1985. Learning Disabilities by J. Lerner, Huntington Milton, Boston in the year 1985. Learning Disabilities J. J. McCarthy and J. F. McCarthy, Boston, Alley and Bacon in the year 1971. Hope that you have enjoyed the session. We can meet again with another topic. Thank you.
taxonomists of the Kerala Forest Research Institute have set out to study plants in their natural habitat. The expedition takes them into the hilly and mountainous tracts of the Western Ghats, which are endowed with a diverse ecosystem consisting of vast expanses of grasslands and prime forests of various types. Our taxonomists, however, are not looking for plants of the ordinary type. Neither are they out to investigate the floral diversity of the wild in all its resplendent beauty. They are looking for a unique kind of plant. These plants often go unnoticed as they lack roots and shoots common to the plant kingdom. These unique plants are called the lichens. Of the 18,000 to 20,000 lichen species which are known to lichenologists worldwide, the Indian subcontinent is reported to be home to about 2,000 species of lichens. The major known assemblage of lichens is in the Indian region of the North and Northwestern Himalayas, the Central Himalayas, the Northeastern Himalayas, the Central Indian region, the Southern Indian region covering the Western Ghats, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The tiny state of Kerala is another major repository of lichens that is now being investigated by our team of scientists. There are two broad categories of lichens. The microlichens are those that grow as an inseparable dull and dry patch on trees and rocks. The other category of macrolichens, though seemingly dull, stand out on the substrata on which they grow with easily noticeable morphological features. Lichens grow on a variety of substrata of soil, rocks, and trees. Those that colonize the soil are called terricolous. The generally inhospitable rocks, however, are home to many a lichen. Saxicolous is the name given to lichens that grow on rock surfaces. The bark of trees, both small and big, serve as a good substratum for lichens. And those lichens that grow on the tree bark are called corticolous. Some lichen species grow on leaves. Such lichens are known as folicolous. Lichens also grow on a variety of marine life, like for instance the sea turtle. These dull-looking plant species, however, are a product of a complex symbiotic relationship between algae and fungi.
Lichens are a complex group of plants without vascular tissues. They do not have well-defined root, stem and leaves. Instead, they have a complex thallus arising out of a natural symbiosis between an alga and a fungus. Both of these could be seen through a microscope.
For instance, a cross-section of thallus of foliose lichens shows an upper cortex which is comparable to the epidermis of a leaf. Beneath it is the algal layer which produces food. In the center is the fungal layer called the medulla. Attached to the medulla at the bottom is the lower cortex.
Lichens are not considered as parasites, though they grow on trees. The food is produced by the algal component.
It is the fungus that protects the food-producing algae to constitute the thallus that is seen in its various forms on the substrata. Studying plant population in their natural habitat often involves a long and tiresome trek through the forest. Having reached deep into the forest, our team of lichenologists has decided to spend the night there and to continue the investigation the next day. Lichens do not grow in isolation, but without distinct lobes. In the squamulose lichens, the thallus is an intermediate form between crustose and foliose forms. The thallus generally has minute lobules. In this species, for instance, the lobules of the primary thallus are white. The erect root-like bodies represent the secondary thallus. The foliose or the leafy thallus of lichen is freely branched and extends outwards. The lobes that are irregular in outline have distinct upper and lower surface. Arising from the lower surface are minute bodies called rhizemes, by which the thallus attaches itself to the substratum. Fruticose lichens are the most conspicuous, with the thallus branching out, giving it a shrubby appearance. In some species, the branches are cylindrical. In some, thread-like. Some others have a broader ribbon-shaped thallus.
Though not attractive, lichens are of economic value. Lichens are an important source of about 600 chemicals, some of which are used in the preparation of drugs, perfumery and dyes. Litmus that is used in the laboratories to test the acidity or alkalinity is derived from lichens.
Lichens grow very slowly. Their annual growth rate is just about 4 millimeters. This has helped scientists in estimating the age of the substratum.
In recent years, scientists have found lichens to be important agents in monitoring environmental pollution. It has been found that excessive emission of sulfur dioxide affects the photosynthesis in lichens, followed by their degeneration and death.
There is yet another abode of lichens on top of a mountain that our researchers seek to explore. Out there, it is foggy. But that is no deterrent to our team, as the spot is abundant in lichens belonging to various species. Here is a group of Heterodermia incana, a fruticose lichen. This golden yellow and freely branched lichen is Tilostcistus flavicans. This bushy one is called Usnea. Though hairy like the Usnea, this one belongs to the Ramalina rosleri species. And this patch of green lichens with irregular lobes is known as Parmelia.
These tiny lichens have different morphological structures. For instance, on the margin of lobes there are hair-like outgrowths known as cilia, which are the organs of attachment. These small powdery balls on the tip of the lobes are called soridia. These are the propagules of vegetative reproduction. Here are cup-like structures. These are the fruiting bodies which contain spores for sexual reproduction.
The fruiting bodies do not look alike in all lichens. While in some they are like tiny flowers, in others they are cup-like. In yet others, they are button-shaped. Fruiting bodies in certain species appear as black dots on the thallus. Lichen species do not only live in colonies. Several species grow shoulder to shoulder with one another, covering an entire tree. An important part of studying plant populations in the wild is to note down all parameters of their habitat. In this case, it is the nature of the substratum, altitude, and other morphological features that are carefully noted. Samples of lichens for preservation in herbarium are collected along with the substratum. It could be a rock, as is the case here. If the sample to be collected is on a tree, the bark along with the sample is chipped. Sample collection is not the end of the study. Now the scene shifts to the laboratory, where the researchers set about identifying the collected samples for preservation in the herbarium. For this, the researchers examined the minute details of the samples. By using a key compiled by earlier researchers, each of the morphological features of every collected sample is compared. It is then classified as belonging to one or the other species.
Apothecia. The record is Pseudocephalaria aurata, which is a new record to Kerala.
The KFRI researchers have identified 254 species of macrolichens under 43 genera, of which 10 species have been found for the first time in India. The samples so identified are kept in the herbarium, which are available for research purposes. In India, Lucknow has 3 herbaria. One at the National Botanical Research Institute, another is a collection of Professor D.D. Avasthis, and the third is at the Lucknow University. The other herbaria in India are at Kolkata and Shillong, and the latest in the list is the herbarium of the Kerala Forest Research Institute at Pichi. This then has been the story of the lichens. Next time you happen to see one, make sure you take a better look. They are worth looking at.
Welcome to the session on Organization of Knowledge in Libraries, Library Classification. In this session, we will discuss normative principles, canons for work in the idea plane. Dynamic theory of classification. Theory of library classification developed through the process of formulation and refinement. R.S. Parkey identified 2 distinct stages in its development through the passage of time. Stage 1 was called by him the descriptive theory because it was the description of the practices followed in library classification. These practices were regarded as the norms for designing classification schemes. It held the sway until early 1950s. Classification schemes designed before 1950s were not based on any theory but merely on either the flair of the designer or his practices in the libraries. The stalwarts who contributed to the descriptive theory through their writings and enunciation of principles were J.D. Brown, E.C. Richardson, E.W. Hume, W.C. Berwick Sayers, Henry Evelyn Bliss, and Dr. S.R. Ranganathan. Some of them also successively used these principles in developing their classification schemes. At the second stage in the development of classification theory, we can see that a sound theory capable of carving out a methodology for the design of classification schemes was originated. This theory was developed by Dr. S.R. Ranganathan between 1948 and 1955. Parkey named the theory in this stage as dynamic theory of library classification because it alone can provide for the degree of detail required by the growing complexity of subject treatments in documents. The dynamic theory was presented for the first time in the second edition of Prolegomena to Library Classification 1957. The third edition of Prolegomena, published in 1967, contained a more advanced version of the theory. Formulation of the descriptive theory to organize knowledge was based merely on the existing practices in classification. As the practices then were independent of any theory, it was the practices that guided the theory. This trend was later reversed. In stage 2, the theory of classification reached a point where it could mold the practice and influence the continued development of the classificatory practices. The dynamic theory was no longer descriptive. It has provided a stable methodology for designing schemes of classification. It helped the designers of library classification schemes to keep pace with the problems of the growing universe of knowledge and make more stable schemes. It also helps the classifiers to find appropriate solution to their problems in classificatory work. Dr. Ranganathan strongly advocated that the subjects should be placed in the schemes of classification in a most helpful sequence. The earlier schemes were based purely on enumeration, and hence they failed to observe such a helpful sequence. He therefore rejected the earlier schemes and worked towards developing a theory that could provide a filiatory sequence of classes in a scheme of classification. However, he visualized a perennial problem in this context, and that was the problem of transferring the multidimensional universe of knowledge into a unidimensional or scalar one. He worked out a successful solution to this complicated problem of mapping by means of developing the concept of facet analysis and fundamental categories. The significant characteristics of Dr. Ranganathan's dynamic theory are: 1. It has formulated a set of normative principles to make the work of classification and the designing of classification schemes easier and more systematic. 2. It recognized 3 planes of work in classificatory process. These 3 planes are idea plane, verbal plane, and notational plane. Significance of normative principles in classification. The normative principles enunciated by Dr. Ranganathan have greatly contributed to the evolution of the dynamic theory. These principles give a scientific base for library classification. These are useful for both classificationists and classifiers. They serve the following functions in classification. 1. They serve as the basis for the compilation of classification schemes. 2. They help us in the critical study of a classification scheme. 3. They help us in the comparative study of the different classification schemes. 4. They help the classifiers in their day-to-day work, such as construction of a class number for a new subject. Dr. Ranganathan recognized the following 4 levels of normative principles. First one, basic laws. Principles that govern the basic process of thinking. Dr. Ranganathan formulated 6 basic laws, namely law of interpretation, law of impartiality, law of symmetry, law of parsimony, law of local variation and law of osmosis. Second, fundamental laws. Principles that relate to the whole of a discipline. 5 laws of library science formulated by Dr. Ranganathan are considered as the fundamental laws of the discipline library science. These laws are useful in every branch of library science. The 5 laws are: 1. Books are for use. 2. Every reader his or her book. 3. Every book its reader. 4. Save the time of the reader. 5. Library is a growing organism. Third, canons. Principles that relate to main divisions or branches of the discipline, such as classification or cataloging in the case of library science. 4. Principles and postulates. Principles that govern some specific aspect of work within a branch, such as principles for facet sequence and postulates of fundamental categories. The normative principles at the earlier levels are invoked when 2 or more principles at the later level lead to conflicting or equally valid different decisions. 3 planes of work. Dr. Ranganathan also introduced 3 planes of work, namely idea plane, verbal plane and notational plane in library classification. Idea plane deals with concepts viewed by themselves independent of the terms denoting them and the digits or numbers representing them. Verbal plane is the plane of expression of concepts in natural language. It is a plane of words and phrases. Notational plane is a plane of numbers and symbols representing the concepts. For example, a class or subject in the idea plane is denoted in the verbal plane by its name in a particular language and represented by a class number in the notational plane according to a particular classification scheme. Canons of classification. Dr. Ranganathan formulated 43 canons for classification in conformity with his basic laws and laws of library science. These canons are normally used for the design of a scheme of library classification. He categorized them into 3 groups according to 3 planes of work. Thus we have 1. Canons for idea plane 15 numbers, 2. Canons for verbal plane 4 numbers, 3. Canons for notational plane 24 numbers. Canons for idea plane. The work in the idea plane is the most important in the classification. Here the concepts or ideas are arranged in a most helpful sequence on the basis of certain guiding principles. In this context, Dr. Ranganathan identified 5 inherent factors in the arrangement of ideas. They are characteristics, succession of characteristics, array of classes, chain of classes, filiatory sequence. Corresponding to these 5 factors, the 15 canons for idea plane were further grouped into 5. Canons for characteristics 4 numbers, canons for succession of characteristics 3, canons for array 4, canons for chain 2, canons for filiatory sequence 2 numbers. Canons for characteristics. Characteristic is an attribute or quality possessed by an entity. A universe of entities can be classified on the basis of certain attributes possessed by the entities. Only those attributes which help to differentiate an aggregate of entities into two or more groups can be called a characteristic. The characteristics selected for division should be easily ascertainable, relevant and permanent. The four canons for characteristics deal with the selection of characteristics and the process of division of knowledge. 1. Canon of differentiation. This canon states that a characteristic used as the basis for the classification of a universe should differentiate some of its entities. That is, it should give rise at least to two classes or ranked isolates. If we classify the universe of boys, height, weight and intelligence differentiate them into a number of classes. But possession of head cannot differentiate them. Therefore, height, weight or intelligence can be used as characteristics for division of the boys. Possession of head cannot be used for the division. Second, canon of relevance. A characteristic used as the basis for the classification of a universe should be relevant to the purpose of classification. For example, physical strength, height and age are relevant characteristics for grouping the students in class for sports and games. But other characteristics such as intelligence, complexion are not relevant for this purpose. Third, canon of ascertainability. A characteristic used as the basis for the classification of a universe should be definite and ascertainable. For the classification of a given universe, a number of characteristics may be relevant, but some of them may be ascertainable, whereas some others may not be easily ascertainable. We should choose definitely ascertainable characteristics. For example, if the date of death is chosen as a characteristic to divide the scientists in a country, it is not an ascertainable characteristic in the case of living scientists. However, if the date of birth is chosen for the same purpose, then it is ascertainable for all the scientists. 4. Canon of permanence. The characteristic used as the basis for the classification of a universe should continue to be unchanged so long as there is no change in the purpose of classification. The periodicals in libraries can be classified into two groups as periodicals published by learned societies, periodicals not published by learned societies. Since the sponsoring of periodicals may undergo changes, the characteristic of sponsorship in publication is not a permanent one. A periodical published by a learned society may be taken up by a commercial agency and vice versa. If we classify the periodicals by their subject, it will be a permanent classification. If we use a characteristic which is not permanent for classifying a particular universe, it is likely that the members of one group may go to another group when there is a change of situation. Canons for succession of characteristics. Characteristics are used in succession one after another to derive the classes and subclasses in the process of classification of knowledge. While doing so, the scheme of classification should satisfy these canons. First one, canon of concomitance. This canon states that no two characteristics used in succession in a scheme of classification should be concomitant. That is, they should not give rise to the same array of subjects or isolate ideas. Independent characteristics should be applied in succession to give rise to different set of subordinate classes in each stage of division of a universe. For example, age and date of birth are concomitant characteristics because they will not give different subgroups in successive classification of a universe of people. Second, canon of relevant succession. According to this canon, the succession of characteristics in the associated scheme of characteristics should be relevant to the purpose of classification. For example, to classify literature books, Melville Dewey has chosen the sequence of characteristics: language, form and period. Dr. Ranganathan has adopted the sequence language, form, author and work. Both the sequence provide helpful arrangement of books on the shelves. Hence, both are relevant successions for classifying literature books. Third, canon of consistent succession. This canon says that the succession of characteristics should be consistently adhered to so long as there is no change in the purpose of classification. This means that the sequence in the application of characteristics once used should be followed consistently. Otherwise, arrangement of classes will become chaotic. However, if the purpose of classification gets changed, the succession of characteristics may also be changed to suit the new requirements. Suppose a classification scheme follows the sequence of disease and organ, and another scheme follows organ and disease sequence to classify the subject medicine, then it is necessary that these two schemes should follow the particular sequence they have chosen throughout the schedule. Canons for array. Each array of classes in a scheme for classification should satisfy the four canons. First one, canon of exhaustiveness. This canon states that the classes in an array of classes and the ranked isolates in an array of ranked isolates should be totally exhaustive of their respective common immediate universe. When an array of classes are formed from an original universe by applying certain characteristics, every entity in the original universe should find a place in one or the other classes in the array. When a new entity is added to the original universe, it should also be assigned to any of these subordinate classes. Second one, canon of exclusiveness. According to this canon, the classes in an array of classes and the ranked isolates in an array of ranked isolates should be mutually exclusive. This canon implies that the classes forming an array should not overlap each other. An entity should be shared by two or more classes. This canon can be satisfied if all the classes are formed from their immediate universe on the basis of a single characteristic. If two or more characteristics are applied simultaneously to derive a classes in an array, it may lead to cross classification. An entity in the universe may appear in two or more classes in the array. The simultaneous occurrence of an entity in two classes, sharing of two classes by an entity, can be avoided if the characteristics are applied in succession and the classes are kept in different arrays. It is also possible to combine characteristics and enumerate the classes in a single array called coalesced array without violating the canon. A coalesced array is an array formed by putting the various arrays formed at any stage in the progressive classification in succession to a single array, the succession of the arrays being such that the classes fall in the filiatory sequence. This explanation regarding the canon can be made clear by the following illustration. Suppose we group the literature books by two characteristics, by country of origin or by form. We get two arrays: American books, British books, French books, German books by country, poetry books, drama books, fiction books, essays by form. If the two characteristics are applied simultaneously to form an array, a book on American poetry can be placed in two classes: American books or poetry books. This is the violation of canon of exclusiveness. According to the canon, this book should be placed only in one class. Violation of the canon can be avoided if the two characteristics are applied in succession for grouping and the classes are kept in two different arrays as shown on the screen. These two arrays can be combined into coalesced array as literature books, poetry, drama, fiction, essays, American literature, American poetry, American drama, American fiction, American essays, British literature, British poetry, British drama, British fiction, British essays, German literature, German poetry, German drama, German fiction, German essays, French literature, French poetry, French drama, French American fiction, French essays. Third one, canon of helpful sequence. According to this canon, the sequence of the classes in an array of classes and of ranked isolates in an array of ranked isolates should be helpful to the purpose of those for whom it is intended. Dr. Ranganathan says that this canon should be followed in each array and also in any coalesced array in a classification scheme. Helpfulness of a sequence in an array may be determined with the help of few principles such as principle of later in time, principles of later in evolution, etc. Another important aspect here is that helpfulness will vary according to the type of users. What is helpful for one purpose may not be helpful for another purpose. Therefore, a general classification scheme has to be consistent in its sequence. In other words, the scheme should be designed to suit the purpose of majority user group. If a particular library has to meet the requirements of different user groups having different purpose, it has to form separate collections without altering the sequence in the classification scheme. Fourth one, canon of consistent sequence. This canon states that whenever similar classes or ranked isolates occur in different arrays, their sequence should be parallel in such arrays. Wherever insistence on such parallelism does not run counter to other more important requirements. According to this canon, a classification scheme should follow the same sequence in all similar arrays. Adherence to the canon has the following advantages. 1. It reduces the load on memory both for the classifier and the user. 2. It secures economy of time and effort in classification. Consistent sequence in arrays can be achieved in the following ways. First one, by using some principles of helpful sequence. Second, by using one and the same schedule such as schedule of common isolates to form similar arrays in different subjects. 3. By using certain devices such as alphabetical device and subject device. Now let us summarize the whole session. In this session, we described the dynamic theory of library classification formulated by Dr. S.R. Ranganathan and differentiated it from the descriptive theory. We have also studied the significance of normative principles in the dynamic theory. The different levels of normative principles are explained. Ranganathan recognized 3 planes of work in classification. An attempt is made to state and explain the canons for work in the idea plane. Here are few assignments for you to work out. First one, describe briefly the major characteristics of the dynamic theory of library classification developed by Dr. S.R. Ranganathan. Second, State and explain the canons for array with suitable examples. Third, examine how far the classification schemes D, DC and CC achieves conformity to the canon of consistent sequence. Fourth, what do you mean by a coalesced array? Explain with an illustrative example how a coalesced array can achieve filiatory sequence among classes. Now I'll provide you with few books for further reading. First one, Prolegomena to Library Classification, 3rd edition, written by Dr. Ranganathan S.R., published by Sharda Ranganathan Endowment for Library Science, 1967. Second, Theory of Classification, 4th edition revised, written by Krishnan Kumar, published by Vikas Publishing House, New Delhi, 1988. Third, Library Classification, Facets and Analysis, written by Hussain Shahabat, published by Tata McGraw-Hill, New Delhi, 1993. Fourth, Bachelor of Library Science, Study Material, University of Calicut, 1995. Thank you for watching this session. See you in the next session. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. We have two distinguished persons from the track and field discipline, and they are none other than Mr. P. Ramachandran and Lijo David Thotan, who represented India in Sydney Olympics in 2000. And they have performed 4x400 meter relay for India. And I will ask them as to how did they do, are they or were they satisfied with their performance in Sydney, and I would also share their experiences of what happened to them, preventing them from the excellent performance that they clocked in India. P. Ramachandran, he was a decathlete and gradually opted 400 meters, and that was a wonderful transformation from decathlon to 400 flat that fetched him an Olympic berth to Sydney. Well, Ramachandran and also Lijo David, please comment on your performance in 4x400 meter relay in Sydney. Could you perform well up to your expectation? Please give your view.
Actually, sir, we clocked the time before the Olympics berth in 2000. Our qualifying mark we ran in Asian Championship in Jakarta. So that time we clocked our second best time 3:02.97, and in my best of my knowledge, it is 10th best time in that time
in the world. So oftenly our coach will tell we can enter in second round, but unfortunately we landed in Sydney, the 19th for the starting stage. We have landed in Sydney Olympics, but that climate condition and the nature of our practice sessions are we've done very well. But before commence our first round of the 4x400 relay, we came in the first section of warm-up. We thought of that we will enter before 45 minutes of that main track. But our expectations totally squashed that time, because the official told
you have to enter the first call room in 1.5 hours before. So before that we all already cool down, because our warm-up conditions, our nature of warm-up, and we have no masseur, we have no technicians, only we totally depend upon our coach. So first call room, afterward they will check the formal checkup, our tracksuit, our spikes, like that. And the second call room we entered one hour before. We have a small track, that 100 meters track, that we have to work in there. Our next section of putting spikes and striding. So we already finished our stridings and that main course. So the other athletes like Michael Johnson or other international level athletes, they are putting spikes there only. So that is our mistake. And the first runner they called 15 minutes before the main track. So like that they gradually we gone the track. We smashed, we totally spread up, we totally upset how we are running there. So that is the main thing. We never qualified for the second track. Otherwise we are totally the previous day we four of them we are thinking that we will qualify the second round, and we have a capability that time. But unfortunately, it is never happened.
Mr. Lijo, in Sydney, what was the sequence of your combination of the 4x400 meters relay? 4 people are running. Who ran the first leg?
The first one will be run to
you ran the first leg. You gave the baton to whom?
I ran to Rama.
You have given the baton to Rama, who ran the second leg.
Second leg with
Jadashankar. He was the third leg. Ramachandra gave the baton to Jadashankar. And Jadashankar gave to Paramji. Okay. Then which were the countries running with you? You Indians were running in which lane you ran?
We are on to fifth line.
Fifth line. Okay. Then after second leg is all will go into the first line because of the stagger difference. Then which countries were with you? Who were competing?
One South Africa and Ireland, South Africa, India, and two.
How many teams ran? 8 teams were there?
No. 5 teams.
Only 5
teams.
And we finished?
We finished in 4th because Ireland team they dropped their baton. So they disqualified. So we came in 4th.
How many teams were qualified from the first and second? Best loser? No.
Loser is there, sir.
How many rounds were there?
3 rounds.
3 rounds. That means heats, semi-final, final.
Yes.
Well, Lijo, you are also the member of the same team about which Ramachandran narrated the reason why the team could not qualify for the second round. And to brief his conversation, I will say it was due to lack of communication. Instead of giving proper communication as to when shall your event will take place, and from that time onwards we have to count down the timing. If you are supposed to be at the track for the race 45 minutes before the scheduled time, you would have had enough time, but 1.5 hours before you warmed up, and by the time you reach the venue you cool down. And see, every athlete, any person, even world record holder will have the same problem. So proper timing, proper scheduling, proper information is the vital factor of this, where our officials failed to give the proper communication. Was it deliberate or unintentional, or is it due to what reason? For poor anticipation, poor judgment, who is responsible for that mistake? Please.
No, it is not a deliberately, it is not a, it is by, that is ill-managed, I can tell that is ill-management. But actually that communication problem is the main thing. They have to get it the communication before 2 days, then only
yes.
we can warm up, what is the warm up we have to done before that enter that main course.
In this context, I will remember 1948 London Olympics, where Henry Rebel, who could have won a medal in Olympics, but due to mismanagement, it took place. So, mismanagement is often happening in Indian track and field.
Yes.
We should have proper planning, perfect timing, scheduling, information, etc. At least, so in Sydney we had that mistake. That was in 2000, 52 years ago, in 1948 London Olympics. Same or similar mistake happened to Indian athlete, whose name I told, who broke the world record in triple jump during the series of meet held in London and surroundings. That was Henry Rebello, and he was only 19 years old. The similar or same mistakes being repeated in Indian track and field, it is unpardonable.
Yes.
We should have proper planning, proper scheduling. So, management of the team has to be improved. This is my view. You may agree or not. Please
we
give me.
Totally agree with that, sir. We are totally agree with that, because we have the capacity, and we are Indians in athletics. We have a lot of courageous people, willpower people, and we have to done lot of things, sir, because of the ill management and infrastructure like synthetic track, and we are putting whatever we are using, the spikes, canvas shoe, small things, but we will tell the small thing. That is the main things we have to concentrate what we are aware that. So that is totally ill management of the federations. And
Ramachandran, I am grateful to you for pointing out this one, and this is an advice and lesson for the leadership and officials of the Athletic Federation of India and higher-ups. And did any clarification or post-mortem conducted with regards to how we missed our better, see, being 10th in the world with 3 minutes 027 or some time you have to, and such a team 10th in the world, and you could not even qualify for the quarter-final from heats. That is a total failure and result of mismanagement. Did anybody clarify or investigate as to why the Indian team could not reach the quarter-final? Was there any such investigation done?
So, post-mortem is done by the media persons and post-mortem done by the federation officials, and they are argued with the athletes only.
My God.
Because they seem mistaken from the athletes only. They didn't perform well. Why? So it is because one more thing I want to tell this time. The team qualification who are running the finals, that is held by in 2 days back in the Sydney ground.
Not before.
2 days back in the Sydney Bob ground.
I mean, the actual participant's name and sequence.
They want to include one person. I can't reveal the name here. So they are running. Paramjit and myself, they are already qualified.
Okay.
And they want to qualify one more person. They want to ignore one man. So the coaches told the 3 person we have to done. They again ran to who will come to the first. They will include that time. So Manoj is out. That time Manoj is the best runner who entered the other one best than that man. So they have to include Manoj name first. So our first the Manoj is gone in our team. So totally we have to
see that the basic intention and aim of the officials and the athletes is to give the best athletes of the day for the race, and not according to any personal or individual interest. So national interest is more important than any other interest, which did not So your suggestion, what is your suggestion? How can we improve? This is a crisis. It is a national problem. It is the prestige of the country. And when athletes represent 110 crores of the people of India, the best people should be permitted to participate and show their individual and national spirit at the international arena like Olympics. But it did not take place. It is a very sympathetic factor. It is unpardonable totally. So what is your suggestion for future?
This crisis will not answer.
My God.
The same thing happened after 2000, and maybe Lijo is not there. That 2004 Olympics. After my marriage, we are not gone for a honeymoon trip. anywhere, because we want to perform again and again, because some gossips came in the newspaper how the people will marry before the Olympics. So that we taken to my account, and myself and my wife Jinsi Philip want to prove that we will get a birth to Athens Olympics 2004. So what happened? We have 3 Grand Prix. First in Thailand, the other one in Colombo, the third one is Philippines. We ran in Thailand is the best time after 2000 Sydney Olympics. We ran in 3:4 something, sir.
3 minutes 4 seconds.
4 seconds. So that time Manoj ran our second leg, and suddenly Sabir Singh, that time unfortunately he was in form out, and the coach, main coach, the Ukraine coach, and one junior most athletes, they have a meeting before that. Before we are entering the Colombo, they have a meeting. They want to include, instead of Manoj, they want to include Sabir Singh that time. So they, as a senior athlete, they can ask my opinion, but they never asked me. So Colombo, I am surprised because Manoj is not warming up and Sabir is warming up. I asked my coach, why Manoj is not running first main team? No, before Manoj, but Sabir is better than Manoj. We had a 350 time, taken a 350 time, and he clocked the best time in 350. I told, sir, this is our crucial time. You should not take a risk to that in Colombo, because in Philippines, because the wind against in Philippines, we can't clock the best time in Philippines. So this is the best place to clock our best, and we can get a berth to 2004 Olympics.
Athens Olympics.
Yes, but they never heard my opinion. Sabir is ran in main team, and the team came in 3-7
instead of 3-4.
Yes, instead of 3-4. And after completion of this race, my coach, Mr. Harban Singh, is weeping. I had a mistake, Ramchandran. I'm blackout. That's why I put Sadhvir Singh. Sir, okay, leave it. But in future also, you give us chance to senior athletes' opinions. Okay, then our 1.5 years workout, all the things we
Mr. Ramachandran, I really understand the excitement and emotions of you as being the senior most athlete of the team. Your advice and suggestions should have definitely been taken into account to field who is the better athlete for the day. Instead of Satvir Singh, if Manoj Lal had ran, instead of 3 minutes 4 seconds, the team would have even
yes, much better, because that is starting days in Thailand.
But who is the person to make such a foolish and lack of interest for the country?
That is the, I told before,
this should be rectified. How, see, among people like you, elite athletes and well placed in society and official status, you think about it, this should not happen in future.
Yes.
The best athlete should be given chance. There is time list, rank list, etc. Yes. The best person, if that person say, sir, I am injured, I am not going to run, please give chance to the next one.
Yes.
Then people like you, the senior members, should be given chance to give your views. What is your opinion about catch them young? See, it is a very globally accepted slogan. That means train the children from the very young age. Or is it identifying the talent from the young age and protecting them and preventing them from overload, etc.? What is your comment on catch them young? This is a globally accepted statement in sports.
Sir, if you want to, really we want to get a medal in Olympics, we have to catch the budding athletes in 20 years, before 20 years. If the one child is become 15 years, we have to take them in as a Olympics prospects.
Okay.
Then I told the ill management should not be there.
Yeah.
And good leadership and good coaches, good masseur, good physiotherapist, and that as a one more doctor also they want. Then injury is the main thing we are suffering in Indians. We have enough good doctors in our side centers. They can't, because my friend Lijo David Thornton, he is the best runner that time. He got an injury in knee pain, but nobody is rectified that what is the injury actually he is suffering. So this kind of things should not be in future.
That means you say the children should be identified as early as possible and given proper care and careful training, etc., preventing them from injuries. Injuries are naturally the consequence of unscientific training with the greed to achieve the result as early as possible.
Yes.
Instead of that, train the youngsters gradually and progressively during the growth.
Yes.
And they should be given all care. In order to prevent injuries, the training should be progressive and gradual. Instead of at a time hard work is given, no recovery, no rest, no relaxation, like that. That's what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Then Lijo David, when he was in top form after Sydney Olympics, I heard he was clocking 300 meters in canvas shoes on grass, 34 seconds, where India's best 300 was around 32.5 or so. When a person is able to run in canvas shoes on the grass 34, that means you would have even run below 32.
Yes.
In that
right.
case, his time in 400 meters should have been below 45.
Yes.
And such a person, all of a sudden, encountering the injury, nobody to help him, no proper care, no cure, rather no prevention, no cure, and no rehabilitation. Would you think that Indian traditional treatment, Ayurveda, like Panchakarma, etc., could it have been a proper treatment for Lijo and such injured persons? What is your opinion?
Sir, Ayurveda, we can try Ayurveda, but we want that quick rehabilitation.
Quick relief.
Yes, it is that time Ayurveda will not help that time.
Okay.
Because I seen in Ukraine the footballers they have got injuries in while they are playing. So they have all equipped coach or doctors are there. So they will give some steroids and all, but we want the sudden rectification of what is the injury that athletes have. So we want remedies and quick remedies we want.
See, we identify talents as per the standard uniformity, standard pattern. Test batteries are followed. Is it proper? Is our identification of talent, the process of identification of talent, is it proper? Is there any flaw? See, you have been conducting selection trials for the selection of talents in various track and field discipline and other games also. Is it proper? Is there any flaw in that? Have you ever thought about it seriously? Is there any comment on that? See, for identifying talent, we conduct the item itself, or evaluate the merit certificate you possess, or conduct the items or certain 50 meters hopping or sprinting or backward throw or shuttle relay, etc., Cooper test or 1 kilometer run, etc. But is it proper way of identifying the talent, or is there any mistake? Can you suggest?
So where is this where they are taking the talents in any centers in Kerala? If any center is in India, I don't think about that.
Mr. Ramachandran, to select the trainees into various centers, like even say for example, P.T. Usha School, Mercy Kuttan's Academy, Kerala Sports Schools, Sai Sports Centers, everywhere they conduct tests.
They conduct tests, but whether any people are coming from that centers?
Nobody is coming here.
Yes.
And that means you gave the answer.
Yeah.
Even though the process is being followed very properly, but nobody is coming out from such selection.
So
that means this process of talent identification is baseless. It is useless.
Yes, it's useless only.
That's what I wanted to get from you. That means you can only find physically fit people.
Because we are like me and Lijo. We came in without a Sai center, without any proper training. We are in very natural things.
See, Lijo was telling me.
So I will not protest the Sai center or any other coaching center, but they have to identify the good athletes and they have to give a good training. They have to give a good physiotherapist. They have to give a good yoga treatment. Then only the people, the upcoming athletes, what we underwent the difficulties, they should not do that.
Ramachandran is speaking from the own experience.
Yes, it is my experience. It is my what we faced a lot of hurdles we faced in our time.
Ramachandran, I remember.
So the young athletes should not be like that, sir.
Yeah.
And the India government, best of my knowledge, India government is giving lot of funds to sports authority and lots of funds to other arena, but I think it is not properly they are using the infrastructure, other things. But whether they are giving the proper food to the athletes, that food they can come out in a Olympics medal. It is all eye washing process only. Now it is going to eye washing process only. They are getting lot of funds, but I think it is not properly using.
Ramachandran, as a great Olympian, and you brought from the rustic rural areas. After your SSLC only you started serious athletics. I know you both personally. As the university coach, you had come to university camps, and I know personally, and I respect your opinions. But you should give creative suggestions to improve the situation prevailing in India. See, it is the responsibility of great athletes like you. Olympian is not a fun, high status, with well-reputed official position. You are in railways and he is in customs. You have your own voice. So, I think people like you of common interest of the country, you should put together, associate yourself, give suggestions to expert people.
This time I can tell our own experience. After we won a Asian Games medal in 1998. That is 20 years back. We are getting a Asian Games medal.
Who's one?
No. It is in Thailand. And that time only one athlete, he is clocking under 46. Sorry, Paramjit Singh. We all are 46 fraction only. So because our team spirit, this is totally team spirit only. We got a silver medal. That is clocking a best time of Indians, 3:2:68.
Oh.
Still it is the record is,
that means before going to Sydney,
yes,
even.
Yes. That time we requested, we five of them requested our national coach and federation, sir, you take this team in a separate manner and please give us coaching separate, then you can enter this team, you can make them to enter the semi-finals in Olympics. But they never heard our opinion. They are never done like that. They instead of that, they call all summer athletes and mingle with us, and we missed our best coaching.
What an unfortunate episode.
This kind of things should not be followed, sir. We have to catch the athletes. And if you get us best athletes from that group, separate care,
yeah,
like our practice section, food section, all other things, we have to give separate. So fund is there, you can give total care you can give then our dream will be success. Sometimes our dream will
See,
be.
I can understand your emotion. Kindly, you can refer this experience of Thailand race where one person was able to clock below 46 in 400 and altogether you clocked a 3 minute 02 point some seconds, which is the best in India, in the world, one of the best in the world, and you suggested to treat your team in an exclusive manner, giving opportunity to practice together with a special care, but nobody heard your suggestion and the team could not do well. Well, most of the Indian athletes are from rural area. They do not have the facilities to practice on the synthetic track. Most of them, 90% of the athletes are practicing on mud, clay or grass or even otherwise. And all the competitions, even school competitions, are nowadays being held in the synthetic track. How can they adjust this drastic difference in surface conditions?
Sir, actually that we want 3 types of tracks, sir. Grass is the must we want.
The best?
Yes, best for endurance workout and initial workout we have to do in grass track.
Yeah.
Then we can avoid a lot of injuries.
Correct.
And after workout also we can walk in barefoot also. It is a medicated things only.
Correct.
So grass track we want to in our area
complex,
and we can enter weekly twice in synthetic track to spikes workout. But initial stage we should not enter the synthetic track, which will be injured. So mud track we can use, grass track, and like that infrastructure we have to improve this time.
Even beach is the best, because you are from Thrissur area. You are
beach also. So this kind of things we can avoid all injuries. What we are oftenly we are getting the injuries.
So, I appreciate your comment. So the initial stage for the preparatory period, grass and sand is better.
Yes, sir.
And gradually go to clay and mud.
Yes.
Go to cinder track, and finally only for competition once a week or twice a week. And immediately after synthetic track, to condition and relax the muscles, they should again go to grass or sand.
Yes.
Immediately after.
Yes. One more thing, sir. We have to include yoga. Yoga will encourage the people. Actually, we will afraid the blackish who are coming from Nigeria, South Africa, because they are not, but they are not in big standard. But we will see in their body structure, we will upset. So it will help. Yoga will help that. Yoga conditioning that will help that. So we already proved in Asian Games in '98. We get a 1 week session in yoga. So must be yoga teacher must have a national camp, and physiotherapist and doctor. Again, what I am telling my earlier session, that is this avoidable situation. We want this kind of treatment in our national camps.
I think we have come to the end of our session, and your suggestions are very valuable. But I feel you should be optimistic with regards to some changes we can implement in the future. And India is such a great country with tremendous talents, especially in foreign. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you.
Very good cooperation. And from you, the youngsters will gain experience and materialize India's dream to win Olympic medals and general fitness and general evaluation and personality development through sports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to the session on Aesthetics and Cultural Studies. Over the past 30 or so years, cultural studies has grown to become a major academic institution. According to many of its 1990s textbooks, this advance has entailed a radical departure from the sociology of culture. In art, history and aesthetics, the shift towards visual culture is occurring for many reasons. Theoreticians associated with the study of visual culture argue that its usage is increasing in response to the proliferation of images challenging the hegemony of text and spoken word. The area of study defined under the term visual culture is very vast, as it assumes that the processes and products of culture are studied in relation to multiple contexts such as politics, economics, gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, age and power relations, among others. The shift to visual culture represents a recognition of a vastly changed cultural environment, which includes a new symbiosis between new technologies, new economic arrangements and changed social formations. There are a number of thinkers who believe that our society has become a society of spectacle. Chaplin argues that never before in human history has imagery been so central to the creation of identity or the gathering and distribution of knowledge. In Baudelaire's opinion, never before have images been so self-referential, arguably so seductive. Heidegger believed that the world conceived and grasped as a picture is what distinguishes the essence of the modern age. Mirzoeff insists that the modernist fascination with the visual and its effects has engendered a postmodern culture that is at its most postmodern when it is visual. During the heyday of modernism, social class reinforced a divide between the arts and the rest of the social life, but now with their configuring of social class in a postmodern world, the distinction between art and social life has imploded. The once clear distinction between high and low culture no longer exists, as each borrow freely from one another and both producers and audiences move between them. Accordingly, culture is seen not as something that is high and refined, but rather, as William says, culture is ordinary. Culture is an everyday experience. Mirzoeff writes, in the present intensely visual age, everyday life is visual culture. Visual culture then is not something special, but something we all possess and practice all the time. Definitions. Though everyone agrees with the cultural shift towards visualities as the characteristic of our age, it is difficult to give a precise definition for visual culture. Unlike art, there is no single institutional framework with which to associate visual culture. B. Wilson elegantly captures the difference between art and visual culture in contrasting the relative ease with which he felt able to map the field of art education with the impossibility of similarly mapping visual culture. Following Deleuze and Guattari's distinctions between tree-like structures and a rhizome, he argues that whereas art education is like a tree with roots, a trunk and branches, visual culture is like a rhizome. A paradigm example of a rhizome is grass, where a continually growing complex underground system puts out lateral shoots or roots or tubers at intervals. In one sense, visual culture refers to a field of study. The field is emerging from different disciplines, though principally sociology, and draws upon numerous theoretical perspectives. Nevertheless, the field is usually thought to be composed of two closely related elements: a focus on ways of seeing, often referred to as visuality, and an expanded range of visual artifacts that lie beyond the art institution. Henderson, for example, defines visual culture as what it is to see and what there is to see. But equally significant is an emphasis on ways of perceiving and reflecting upon visual experience. As a field, visual culture is generally informed by the view that artifacts and their perception are alike in being context bound, that is, they are historically, socially and politically determined and cannot be studied in isolation from these factors. Moreover, it is usually recognized that visual artifacts exist in relation to other semiotic codes and appeal to sensory modes other than sight, such as language, sound, music and human gesture, and cannot be grasped without taking those modes into account. Media theorist Nicholas Mirzoeff has written widely on the topic of visual culture, defining it not as the products of consumer and or high culture, but rather as a cultural tendency towards employing visual information as the privileged mode of representation and comprehension. There are essentially two ways of looking at visual culture. One is to look at what is taking place in a specific period of time and to examine every aspect of what is going on at that particular moment in the course of history. For example, look at the Renaissance and see what is happening politically, economically, culturally, etc. The other way of viewing visual culture is to look at it as a progression throughout history. The idea is that once an image is stored in your brain, it becomes identifiable and does not appear to be foreign to our visual understanding. Visual culture is often observed as a new methodology that looks to ask more interesting questions about the motivations and visions behind art. In her article, Johanna Drucker examines fine art's relationship to mass culture. She argues, the theoretical discussion of fine art as a cultural practice is still largely dependent on outmoded ideas that art defines itself in critical opposition to mass culture. And she believes that fine art and art history are mistaken by not including visual culture within their disciplines. She believes that there is a great gap between what artists use to acquire inspiration and motivation and the theoretical approaches in which the discipline of art history uses to examine these new artist ideologies. There needs to be a way to incorporate and study this new response to modern life. Drucker believes that once there is a dichotomy between art and visual culture, there will be works included that represent modern art of 20th century while incorporating visual images from areas other than the fine arts. Cultural studies have often been criticized as being a critique of aesthetics. It interprets its history in terms of the need to transcend the limited conception of culture handed down by the 19th century aesthetics. The 1990s was the decade when visual studies was establishing itself as a new field of study that promised, like cultural studies before it, to transcend the disciplinary divides and to bring under one roof scholars from different fields such as art, history, cognitive science, literary studies, sociology, philosophy, cultural theory, anthropology, and film and media studies. For some, visual studies were to inherit from cultural studies its emphasis on the critical project of uncovering ideological machinations prevalent in culture. Theorists embracing such a version of visual studies, usually drawing inspiration from Debord's famous criticism of the society of spectacles and other varieties of French iconoclasm, generally viewed aesthetics as an ideology that only served to legitimize the fetishist and alienating character of bourgeoisie high culture. Some other scholars, however, do not agree with it and suggest a more dialectical approach to the relation between vision and culture. Generally, the study of visual culture has been understood as implying a shift from compartmentalized methodologies of art, history, philosophy, visual anthropology, neurophysiology, film studies to a more comprehensive approach. It has also been interpreted as marking a change of focus from the study of the history of objects to the study of the history of reception, response, or reaction to visual phenomena. Visual culture scholars have shown a revival of interest in developing an overarching theory of the image as a universal category present in every human culture. What all these different perspectives on visual culture have in common is dissatisfaction with the traditional division of labor in the humanities and a call for a broader, more inclusive framework. What is the role of aesthetics in this framework? As we have already discussed, not everyone has agreed in letting aesthetics in, the main reason being a widely shared suspicion in the humanities, at least since the 1970s, that philosophical aesthetics commits the deadly sins of ahistoricism, Eurocentrism, formalism and blindness to cultural differences. Aesthetic vocabulary has also been viewed as dated, irresponsive to the challenges of new media, post-conceptual art practices and the digital revolution. But it is a curious fact that the anti-aesthetic atmosphere prevalent in the humanities in the first 2 decades of the formation of visual studies has paradoxically helped aesthetics by making aestheticians more sensitive to universalizing claims about aesthetic values. Thus, visual culture studies today is sandwiched between aesthetic and anti-aesthetic claims. In his book Production of Presence, Hans Ulrich Gambret argues that the aesthetic encounter is characterized by a certain presence which precedes meaning and interpretation. Gambret is not against interpretation. Indeed, he says that we should conceive of aesthetic experience as an oscillation between presence effects and meaning effects. He writes, what we call aesthetic experience always provides us with certain feelings of intensity that we cannot find in the historically and culturally specific everyday worlds that we inhabit, prefer to speak as often as possible of moments of intensity or of lived experience instead of saying aesthetic experience, because most philosophical traditions associate the concept of experience with interpretation, that is, with acts of meaning attribution. It seems to be proposed as a kind of pre-social, pre-interpretative, phenomenological event and explicitly opposed to the fundamentally hermeneutic project of cultural studies. W.J.T. Mitchell is another important theorist who argues against the kind of interpretative reductionism that ignores the specificity of the visual image. According to him, what pictures want is not to be interpreted, decoded, worshipped, smashed, exposed or demystified by their beholders. What pictures want in the last instance then is simply to be asked what they want. It is an example of a trend in the past few years to talk about the power of images and to write about paintings as if they have their own agency and as if our own encounter with them at some level escapes the mediating effects of biography, culture and the social world. To conclude this short discussion on visual culture studies and aesthetics, let me quote André Dadajik and Jakub Stedskal, the very question ubiquitous in the debates on visual culture of what is natural and what is acquired in our visual experiences has been a topic in aesthetics at least since the Enlightenment. And last but not least, despite attempts to study visual culture without employing the concept of art, there is no prospect of this central subject of aesthetic theory ebbing away from visual studies. For better or worse, the question of what is and what is not good art will remain with us for some time to come. It is therefore plausible that visual studies can profit greatly from involvement with aesthetics, if only to learn from its past mistakes. Stanworth writes, "We need to look more closely at the historical construction of ideas which have been inherited over time, shape the possible meanings of visual culture today, and affect the choices people make and the action they take." Do you agree with her? Do you feel that images have that much power or control over people? What has happened to visual culture politically, economically, and culturally during the Renaissance? Books for your reference: The Aesthetic Dimension of Visual Culture, edited by Andrei Dadajik and Jakub Steskal Dekovitskaya, Margaret, 2005. Visual Culture, the Study of the Visual After the Cultural Turn, Cambridge, MA, MIT Press. Holly, Michael Ann and Keith Moxie, edited, 2002. Art History, Aesthetics, Visual Culture. New Haven, CT, Yale University Press. Mirzef, Nicholas, 2002. The Subject of Visual Culture, in The Visual Culture Reader, 2nd edition, edited by Nicholas Mirzef. London, Routledge. Mitchell, WJT, 2002. Showing Seeing, A Critique of Visual Culture, Journal of Visual Culture 1, 165 to 181. Here we conclude the session on aesthetics and cultural studies. We'll meet again for another session. Till then, bye. Hello and welcome to the session on Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytic theory. Introduction and structure of personality. All the theories in psychology that see human functioning based upon the interaction of drives and forces within the person fall under psychodynamic theory. Freud's psychoanalysis was the original psychodynamic theory. His psychoanalytic theory is described under three main headings: structure of personality, dynamics of personality, and development of personality. Structure of personality. In order to describe the structure of personality, the two models have been developed: topographical model and dynamic or structural model. Topographical model. According to Freud, the human mind has three levels of consciousness: the conscious, the preconscious, and the unconscious. The conscious mind is that layer of mind which contains memories, thoughts and desires of which we are aware at a given moment. Conscious state is related to the immediate experiences. As a result, conscious state represents the short and limited aspect of personality. The preconscious mind is the layer that stands between conscious and unconscious parts of mind and refers to those experiences of which the individual is not aware of a given moment but which could be recalled easily. The third is the unconscious mind. Many of the experiences conflicting with the needs, wishes, etc. of the individual may be immensely painful and hence may create strong anxiety to the organism. To escape from this danger, such experiences are pushed down into the bottom of the mind. Hence, at a given time, the organism will not be aware of these suppressed experiences. Neither can it bring these to the surface by ordinary means. This hidden area of the mind is called unconscious mind. Freud saw it as a dumb box for urges, feelings and ideas that are tied to anxiety, conflict and pain. We can use the metaphor of an iceberg to help us in understanding Freud's topographical model. Only 10% of iceberg is visible, that is conscious, whereas the other 90% is beneath water, that is preconscious and unconscious. Dynamic or structural model. Freud believed that personality structure is composed of three major systems: the id, the ego and the superego. Each of these systems has its own properties and mechanisms, but they interact with one another closely, and the human personality is the outcome of such an interaction. The id. The id is the original system of personality. It is from this that the ego and the superego become differentiated. It is instinctual in nature. It is also the reservoir of psychic energy, which is called the libidinal energy. It furnishes all the energy for the functioning of ego and the superego as well. It operates on the pleasure principle, and it has only one motive, namely deriving pleasure for the individual. As such, it is not concerned with good or bad, right or wrong, real or unreal. This means that for the reduction of tension, it chooses a path which is most pleasurable to the individual. Since it cannot tolerate increase of energy, which when pent up produces tension, it functions in a manner helpful for discharging the psychic energy, thereby restoring the organism to a comfortably constant and low energy level. There are two processes employed by it for the fulfillment of its goal. They are reflex action and primary process. Reflex actions are inborn and automatic, like sneezing and blinking. They reduce the tension immediately. The primary process attempts to discharge the function by formulating an image of an object or action that will provide pleasure. The pleasure thus derived is unrealistic and only temporary. So a secondary psychological process starts developing. The ego. The ego develops out of it in order to facilitate the goals of it in a more acceptable manner and without causing danger to the individual. This is done by deriving energy from the id. Apart from it, ego has no existence, as it is a reservoir of all energy. While it functions on the pleasure principle, the ego obeys the reality principle. The ego distinguishes between the subjective experiences and the objective truth. The ego operates by means of the secondary process. It is realistic thinking. It is interested only in whether an experience is painful or pleasurable. The relationship between the ego and the id is intimate and complex. The ego may be servile and try at all costs to remain on good terms with the id, or the ego's concern with self-preservation may cause it to contest the impulsive id. Freud once said, "Imagine that the relationship between the ego and the id is similar to the relationship between a horse, that is it, and its rider, that is ego. While the rider usually determines the direction of the horse, there are those times when it is the horse who leads the rider." Freud regards decisions about when to bridle its passions and bow before reality, and when to side with them and take arms against the external world, as the ego's highest function. The superego. According to psychoanalytic theory, infants have no sense of right and wrong. Recall that only the amoral id is present at birth. At first, this function is carried out by the parents on whom the helpless child must depend for many years. They reward certain behaviors, gratifying reassurance of their presence and affection. But they also punish other actions, a threatening sign that the child has lost their love and is now at the mercy of an awesome and dangerous environment. Partly to protect itself from such disasters, and partly because it identifies with the all-powerful parents, the ego begins to internalize their standards. This leads to the formation of the superego, a special part of the ego that observes and sits in judgment above the rest. The superego is partly conscious and partly unconscious. It starts to develop out of the ego during the 3rd to 5th year of life and continues to introject characteristics of teachers, teenage idols, and other authority figures, though these usually remain of secondary importance. Since the parents indirectly reflects the demands of society, the superego helps perpetuate the status quo. The superego includes two components: the conscience punishes illicit thoughts and actions, and the ego ideal rewards desirable behavior. A person who refuses to cheat or steal, even though no one else is watching, or who strives to do the best possible job without being supervised, is responding to the dictates of the superego. For behaving in such acceptable ways, the superego rewards the ego with feeling of pride and virtue. Unfortunately, psychic life is rarely this much pleasant. Much of the superego lies in the unconscious, where it is intimately related to the id. It condemns its illicit impulses as severely as actual misdeeds, but can directly influence only the ego. Therefore, both forbidden impulses and unacceptable behaviors cause tension to be generated between the superego and ego, and this is experienced by the ego as guilt or moral anxiety. Thus, Freudian theory regards the idea of a guilty conscience as a misnomer. Emotions occur only in the ego, so the conscience causes the ego to feel guilty. You feel guilty and anxious not only when you do something wrong, but also when you want to do something wrong, even if your illicit wishes beyond your awareness. Even though the ego may be unaware of the reasons for these unpleasant feelings, it is obliged to do something about them. It can obtain relief by substituting more acceptable thoughts or actions, or by resorting to defense mechanisms. It is possible for the superego to be underdeveloped, leaving the individual without effective inner guidelines. Children brought up without love do not introject proper standards, lack appropriate tension between the ego and superego, and have few qualms about aggressing against others. More often, however, the superego proves to be a harsh master and another potential source of danger. It may become so perfectionist and unrealistic that genuine achievements seem worthless. For example, a student who gives an excellent speech before a large group may feel little satisfaction because she made a few minor errors, or the superego may overstep its bounds and punish legitimate behavior. Dynamics of personality. Personality develops in response to four major sources of tension: physiological growth processes, frustrations, conflicts, and threats. As a direct consequence of increases in tension emanating from these sources, the person is forced to learn new methods of reducing tension. Identification and displacement are two methods by which the individual learns to resolve frustrations, conflicts, and anxieties. Identification. Identification may be defined as a method by which a person takes over the features of another person and makes them a corporate part of his or her own personality. One learns to reduce tension by modeling one's behavior after that of someone else. Freud preferred the term identification to the more familiar imitation. He felt that imitation denotes a kind of superficial and transient coping behavior, and he wanted a word that would convey the idea of a more or less permanent acquisition to personality. We choose as models those who seem to be more successful in gratifying their needs than we are. The child identifies with its parents. They appear to be omnipotent, at least during the years of early childhood. As children grow older, they find other people to identify with whose accomplishments are more in line with their current wishes. Most of this identification takes place unconsciously and not, as it may sound, with conscious intention. This emphasis upon unconscious modeling distinguishes Freud's identification from Bandura's observational learning. One usually selects and incorporates just those features that he or she believes will help achieve a desired goal. There is a good deal of trial and error in the identification process because one is usually not quite sure what it is about another person that accounts for their success. One may identify with animals, imaginary characters, institutions, abstract ideas, and inanimate objects, as well as with other human beings. Displacement. When an original object choice of an instinct is rendered inaccessible by external or internal barriers, a new cathexis is formed unless a strong repression occurs. If this new cathexis is also blocked, another displacement takes place, and so on, until an object is found that yields some relief for the pent-up tension. This object is then cathected until it loses its power to reduce tension, at which time another search for an appropriate goal object is constitute in such large measure the development of personality, the source and aim of the instinct remain constant. As a consequence of numerous displacements, a pool of undischarged tension accumulates that acts as permanent motivating force for behavior. The person is constantly seeking new and better ways of reducing tension. Defense mechanisms. Anxiety comes from realistic sources in the external world and conflict within one's own mind. A common conflict is when it desires something that ego and or superego do not agree with. An important function of the ego is to operate defense mechanisms. Some of the important defense mechanisms are given below. Denial. Refusing to believe or even to perceive some threat in the external world. For example, I did not fail my exam. It must be a mistake. Repression. Unconsciously eliminating threatening material from consciousness and using anti-cathexis to prevent it from regaining consciousness, thus being unable to recall it. Regression. Unconsciously adopting behavior typical of an earlier and safer time in one's life. A reverse flow of libido to an object previously abandoned or to an earlier psychosexual stage. Reaction formation. Repressing threatening beliefs, emotions or impulses and unconsciously replacing them with their opposites. Projection. Unconsciously attributing one's own threatening impulses, emotions or beliefs to other people or things. Rationalization. Using and believing superficially plausible explanations in order to justify illicit behavior and reduce feelings of guilt. Intellectualization. Unconsciously separating threatening emotions from the associated thoughts or events and reacting on only an intellectual level. Displacement, transferring behaviors or emotions, often unconsciously, from one object to another that is less threatening. Sublimation, unconsciously channelizing illicit instinctual impulses into socially acceptable behavior, a form of displacement but one that represents ideal behavior. Development of personality. Freud believed that the child is father to the man. In fact, he made the rather startling assertion that the basic foundation of an individual's personality has been laid down by the tender age of 5. To shed light on these crucial early years, Freud formulated a stage theory of development. He emphasized how young children deal with their immature but powerful sexual urges. He used the term sexual in general way to refer to many urges for physical pleasure. According to Freud, these sexual urges shift in focus as children progress from one stage of development to another. Indeed, the names for the stages, oral, anal, genital and so on, are based on where children are focusing their erotic energy during that period. Thus, psychosexual stages are developmental periods with a characteristic sexual focus that leave their mark on adult personality. Freud theorized that each psychosexual stage has its own unique developmental challenges or tasks. The way these challenges are handled supposedly shapes personality. The process of fixation plays an important role in this process. Fixation is a failure to move forward from one stage to another as expected. Essentially, the child's development stalls for a while. Fixation can be caused by excessive gratification of needs at a particular stage or by excessive frustration of those needs. Either way, fixations left over from childhood affect adult personality. Generally, fixation leads to an overemphasis on the psychosexual needs prominent during the fixated stage. Freud described a series of 5 psychosexual stages. Let us examine some of the highlights in this sequence. Oral stage. This stage encompasses the first year of life. During this period, the main source of erotic stimulation is the mouth, in biting, sucking, chewing, and so on. In Freud's view, the way the child's feeling experiences is handled is crucial to subsequent development. He attributed considerable importance to the manner in which the child is weaned from the breast or the bottle. According to Freud, fixation at the oral stage could form the basis for obsessive eating or smoking later in life, among many other things. Anal stage. In their second year, children get their erotic pleasure from their bowel movements through either the expulsion or retention of fecus. The crucial event at this time is toilet training, which represents society's first systematic effort to regulate the child's biological urges. Severely punitive toilet training leads to a variety of possible outcomes. For example, excessive punishment might produce a latent feeling of hostility toward the trainer, usually the mother. This hostility might generalize to women as a class. Another possibility is that heavy reliance on punitive measures could lead to an association between genital concerns and the anxiety that the punishment arouses. This genital anxiety derived from severe toilet training could evolve into anxiety about sexual activities later in life. Phallic stage. Around age 4, the genitals become the focus for the child's erotic energy, largely through self-stimulation. During this pivotal stage, the Oedipal complex emerges. That is, little boys develop an erotically tinged preference for their mother. They also feel hostility toward their father, whom they view as a competitor for mom's affection. Similarly, little girls develop a special attachment to their father. Around the same time, they learn that little boys have different genitals and supposedly develop penis envy. According to Freud, young girls feel hostile toward their mother because they blame her for their anatomical deficiency. To summarize, in the Oedipal complex, children manifest erotically tinged desire for their opposite sex parent, accompanied by feeling of hostility toward their same sex parent. The name for this syndrome was taken from a tragic myth from ancient Greece. In the story, Oedipus was separated from his parents at birth. Not knowing the identity of his real parents, when he grew up he inadvertently killed his father and married his mother. According to Freud, the way parents and children deal with the sexual and aggressive conflicts inherent in the Oedipal complex is of paramount importance. The child has to resolve the Oedipal dilemma by purging the sexual longings for the opposite sex parent and by crushing the hostility felt toward the same sex parent. In Freud's view, healthy psychosexual development hinges on the resolution of the Oedipal conflict, because continued hostility toward the same sex parent may prevent the child from identifying adequately with that parent. Freudian theory predicts that without such identification, sex typing, conscience and many other aspects of the child's development won't progress as they should. Latency and genital stages. From around the age 6 through puberty, the child's sexuality is largely suppressed. It becomes latent. Important events during this latency stage center on expanding social contacts beyond the immediate family. With puberty, the child progresses into the genital stage. Sexual urges reappear and focus on the genitals once again. At this point, sexual energy is normally channeled toward peers of the other sex rather than toward oneself, as in the phallic stage. In arguing that the early years shape personality, Freud did not mean that personality development comes to an abrupt halt in middle childhood. However, he did believe that the foundation for adult personality has been solidly entrenched by this time. He maintained that future developments are rooted in early formative experiences and that significant conflicts in later years are replays of crisis from childhood. In fact, Freud believed that unconscious sexual conflicts rooted in childhood experiences cause most personality disturbances. His steadfast belief in the psychosexual origins of psychological disorders eventually led to bitter theoretical disputes with two of his most brilliant colleagues, Carl Jung and Alfred Adler. Jung and Adler both argued that Freud overemphasized sexuality. Freud rejected their ideas, and the other two theorists felt compelled to go their own way, developing their own theories of personality. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. This chapter provides a detailed analysis of Freud's psychoanalytic theory. This theory is described under three headings: structure of personality, dynamics of personality, and development of personality. In order to describe the structure of personality, two models, topographical and dynamic, have been developed by Freud. He conceived human mind in terms of three different levels of consciousness. Freud maintained that personality consists of three structures, namely it, ego, and superego. According to Freud, instincts are the ultimate cause of all behavior. In his theory, he describes defense mechanisms. Freud described human development as passing through different stages. They are oral stage, anal stage, phallic stage, latency stage, and genital stage. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. What are the main features of Freud's psychoanalytic theory? Explain the structure of personality from psychoanalytic point of view. What are the stages of psychosexual development. What do you mean by defense mechanisms? How they tend to reduce anxiety? Discuss the major systems of personality structure. Hope that you may go through these books for reference. An Introduction of Theories of Personality by Emmrc, Lawrence Elbaum Associate Publishers, London in 2003. Psychology, Themes and Variations by Wheaton W. Wordsworth, Canada in 2007. Personality, 2nd edition, Lazarus, Angel Woodcliffe, Prentice Hall in the year 1971. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.